Good morning, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world. The first arrival on the stream today. This is BA15 coming in from Singapore Changi, British Airways. Mind you, it is only 5:42 a.m. and that does mean that this aircraft lands before the curfew. It's one of the two aircraft that lands before the curfew ends. And yeah, that's how it is. After this aircraft, we will have to wait until 6 o'clock till we get the other arrivals.
21 Super Sydney, runway 34 left. 34 left, independent of the visual, wire start, and descend 8,000 21 Super. 038, descend line start at 6. Right, 6 just 038. Dependent visual approach when do not pass through assigned runway.
So that was it. We already have our first arrival, British Airways BA15, and now we gotta wait until 6 a.m. Not too long, another 16 more minutes before we start with the crazy departures and arrival action out here in Sydney.
Few 2,900. Corner 74, turning 160. That's turning 74. Zero 44, descend by start of 6, reduce speed to 230 knots.
Descend by start 6000, 230, corner 044. Singapore 220, Sydney Tower, good morning, Henkin Runway, vacated, taxiway, Foxtrot, wind is runway 3, clean to land. Before let's do land, here to repeat down to Foxtrot.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, watching us from everywhere in the world. This is Sydney Airport Aviation. The time is 58 minutes past 5 on this Sunday morning, 24th of May, 2026. We are awaiting the first arrival post-curfew, and as you can see on screen, we do have SQ221 coming in from Singapore Changi International Airport. What a wonderful way to start the day. Get the A380 out here, the first arrival of the day. As you all know, we are dealing with a bit of darkness here because the sunrise is quite late at this time of the year out here in Sydney. 6:46 a.m. to be precise. So, yep, we will be having a bit of darkness for the first almost an hour, I would say. But apart from that, we hope it's going to be an uneventful day. No rain, no nothing. It did rain a bit as we were driving to come out here to the airport, but hopefully our plans are not put down by water, by the rainwater to be more precise. But anyway, how is everyone doing? And welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. Hope you all are having a great start to the Sunday. For those of you watching us from elsewhere in the world, United States, Canada, New Zealand, the UAE, Singapore, Japan, India, welcome. To all those joining us from Europe and the United States, North America, South America, wishing you all a very good Saturday evening. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's get ready for the first arrival. SQ221 coming in from Singapore Changi International Airport. That is the first arrival post-curfew, 6:01 a.m. What a wonderful day, what a wonderful time. And what a wonderful plane to start off with the end of the curfew. We do have another plane out there landing on runway 34 right.
Singapore 1 vacating left on Foxtrot, now 126.5.
Righty, we are here for the heavy arrivals, as you all know. Early morning, just like now, is the crazy arrival time. We get a lot of international arrivals, and the next one we do have from Jakarta coming in on Qantas's A330-200 with a One World livery. We aren't going to get any good look of it actually because it's so dark.
1, we're ready, descend 6,000. Ready, descend 6,000, Korean 401.
We also have JL51 coming in from Tokyo Haneda, but that will be landing on runway 34 right, so we wouldn't get a good look of it at all. However, we will be capturing it as it departs Sydney later today.
221, say 31. Got it, 34, gonna go 126.4.
264, class.
Delta Papa, ready for taxi. Emirates 175,
The Jakarta service, one world livery of Qantas A330-200. How good is that? Wonderful arrival. Waiting for another one coming in from Tokyo Haneda. However, we do have the San Francisco service coming in on QF74. That's the Boeing 787-9. We all know they use Qantas uses the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliners for their flights to San Francisco. So yeah, that is another one I'm going to have a good look at. Do have some taxiing aircraft out here. Jetstar in its new livery. That's the current livery, I would say, because to say new is a bit confusing now, because some may think that it is quite a new livery and they may want to see the difference. But when we do say new, we do mean to say, you know, in the last 2-3 years of the liveries as such. Anyway, the Haneda service, Tokyo Haneda service JL51, we aren't going to be getting any good views of that one, considering the fact it's landing on the far off runway 34 right.
the left on Alpha, right, hold short, thank you. Left on it.
But what we will get a good look of is the San Francisco service that's coming in on Qantas Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. We do have a bit of heavy departures as well, especially Emirates, the usual flight that departs at 6 in the morning to Dubai. And we had a look at flight radar, seems to be just taxiing around the place. We will get a better look of this aircraft, the Boeing 787-8 of Japan Airlines, when it does depart later today as JL52 to Tokyo Haneda. However, let us pan our attention across to QF74, San Francisco to Sydney service.
Japan 51, Tassia Lima 61. 751, Sydney ground, Bravo, Foxtrot number 25. Taxi Bravo, runway 25, Japan 51.
Take a listen to the thrust reversers.
On Delta, taxi Alpha, holding point Alpha 6, runway. Alpha.
Also runway 25, Roger.
Yeah, not as much noise as we expected it to be, but that's okay. We do have quite a lot of them coming in, so we should be getting some good sounds.
No, not there, that's Juliet. Go there, keep going.
574.
Yeah, next one, the runway 25.
Number 25 to the left. 74.
Approach line Chile A09, good morning, crossing flight level 160 to 10,000.
Chile A330, heavy approach, descend 97,000, runway 34 left, vector island approach.
7,000 by previous 4.
Right, meanwhile, let us just get a look of whatever we can of JL51, the Haneda service that's just arrived out here in Sydney. We will get a good look of it later today, but yeah, it's going to be a while, but we do have Emirates coming in as well. It is taxiing to runway 34. We will get a very good look of its departure roll, of its takeoff roll, I mean. Alright, I do see it with my naked eye. Can you all see it? Oh yeah, there you go. Look at the tail. For those of you wondering, no, Emirates does not use its Boeing 777-300ER like you see on screen for its services to Sydney. They have migrated to an all A380 service for quite some time now, I believe. It's like almost 5 years since the COVID lockdown was taken off out here in Australia, and since then it's been on an A380 service. But as you all know, because of the Middle East conflict, that is the reason they just started off with the Boeing 777 about 3 weeks ago. This service was temporarily discontinued. Now they've started with the 777, and hopefully we can get the A380 very soon.
Victor was calling and 1025, flexibilization.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world. We are streaming live from Sydney, Smith International Airport. What a wonderful day it is to start. We got the A380 of Singapore Airlines SQ221 at 6:01 a.m. That is just after the curfew ended, and 6:01 a.m. is when we got the A380. And now we do hope to stream for a while, but you know, it's weather permitting. Just as we were driving, it started raining, and we were not too sure whether we will be doing this live show in the first place. I actually thought I might as well just drive back home and take a rest, considering the fact that the weather is so super crazy, and you know, it's a bit of a dampener for us, especially because when it rains, it does affect quite a bit. You know, the cameras, the lens, the power banks, and stuff like that, the microphones. Yeah, we don't really want to get into trouble, but that's how it is. But anyway, you know, I always say weather is something we can't control. Everything else, you know, we can like work around it, but you know, with the weather, there's not much that we can do. But yeah, let us just hope we do get a bit of streaming action out here, even if it rains, you know, during our midstream. Hopefully we can get some of the aircraft up here. Hey, RC70, good morning. Yes, mates, good morning. It is indeed a gloomy Sunday morning. We almost cancelled the show for a moment, you know, because it was raining just as we were driving to the airport. How crazy is that? You know, it's a bit of an annoyance, I would say. Because, you know, every single day the weather says that it's just going to be cloudy, and then you happen to get some rain. Even yesterday we were at Shep's Mound. We were filming videos. We weren't doing a live stream yesterday. And yeah, we did post it up there on YouTube. But again, the same thing, you know, we were filming and then it starts raining, and I was like, oh man, come on. We did miss out on the Harry Potter livery though, the departure of the Harry Potter livery, but we did get the arrival. So we are quite happy in that sense. Bangkok service. Yep, done with that. Then we got to go to the next one. As you all know, morning time, crazy arrival action out here. We do have Emirates already lined up on the runway out there. EK 415, Sydney to Dubai on the Boeing 777-300 registered as A6EQP. Age of the aircraft is 7 years old, built in October of 2018. Alrighty, let us get that first departure, heavy departure action out of Sydney. And soon after Emirates departs, we will be getting Emirates A380 that arrives from Dubai International Airport as EK412 on the Airbus A380. That's the very same aircraft that we will see departing later today in a couple of hours for its flight to Christchurch. And it's going to be arriving once again in the evening, about, let's say, 6:30, 6:40 p.m. And it's going to be departing to Dubai, let's say, just about 9 in the evening. So yeah, pretty much very good use of the asset, very good use of the plane. And, you know, we are quite excited to see that one happening. Of course, we won't be streaming for that long. We do plan to stream until about noontime, but, you know, if weather permits us, then. If not, we may have to end the stream, but, you know, we are going to be happy. But anyway, let's get a good look of this departure action. Hey, good morning, Kiwi. Good morning. And you're in Germany. Wow, it's a good evening to you. Miss Aussie Thunder, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Woohoo! Nice to see you, Miss Aussie Thunder. Welcome, welcome. That's our first long-haul departure of today. EK415 service to Dubai. And what we see on screen now is EK412. That's just arriving from Dubai International Airport, Terminal 3. In fact, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm so glad you all are joining us on this gloomy Sunday morning. Like RC70 did mention, it's gloomy. Yes, it is. For some reason, we don't really have a good weather for quite some time now. It really affects our plans and whatnot. Yeah, but, you know, that is all that we can do. Let's have a look at the second A380 arrival for today. The first one was SQ221 coming in from Dubai. This is the second one, EK412. That was nice. Love those loud sounds of the thrust reversers. Super wonderful. Hopefully, if there's no runway change, we will get to see this very same A380 that we just saw now. And we will be able to see it depart Sydney from here, and hopefully we get to see the rotation. We did get to see the rotation last week as well. Hopefully we are lucky today. I do know that there is a possibility of a runway change about mid-morning, but, you know, there's not much we can do. We can't control that, but let us see how things work out today.
Runway 25, hold still here. 5, hold still here, stop.
KE401 coming in from Seoul Incheon on Korean Air. Yeah, I'm pleased today we are also getting Philippine Airlines. As you know, yesterday we didn't have Philippine Airlines, and I do believe that they have reduced their flights to Sydney, again because of the fuel crisis, not an everyday thing. But like I said, we just hope the global situation gets better, and that will help us get all of the action out here.
Understood, Eco, look director 1. Stay 4.
This KE401 Korean Air, and with its retro livery, I would say, the previous livery. I do believe retro livery would be incorrect, because you never know if they do have some sort of retro livery prior to the one that we just saw, then it may cause a bit confusion, so we'll just refer to it as the previous livery. CX111 Hong Kong to Sydney service. We just want to inform everyone, CX111, we did have the pilot flying around 3 weeks ago, who reached out to us, and he was the pilot who actually brought in CX111 to Sydney. It was his landing, and he was really impressed that we were able to capture CX111. And yeah, it does mean quite a lot to us that a pilot would reach out to us. That's really, really very nice, and appreciate it, mate. If you're watching us today, appreciate it. Thank you. CX111 on the A330-900.
You want to contact director 1268. Taxi left to ground 12 small car.
Yes, we are getting a bit of daylight, and that is going to be wonderful for us, considering the fact that we do get to see the planes much better than what it was about 40 minutes ago when we just started streaming, or in fact, let's just say even 15 minutes ago. So let us just pan around, have a look at the clouds. There's a bit of cloud cover, not the darkest of the clouds, but we do know there is that monsoon, a monsoon sort of a weather that's passing through Sydney.
Actually, the wind is 340 degrees port. Up the landing, roll through to up to the northern end of 34 left, clear to that. Central land, runway 34.
Alrighty, let's get ready for our next arrival. LA809 Santiago, Chile to Sydney service on LATAM Airlines. LATAM Airlines came in yesterday with the Harry Potter livery. We did film it, and it's going to be out on our channel in the next few days and weeks, I would say, because we have quite a lot that we have scheduled actually. So yeah, it's going to take a while, but stay tuned. We did expect to film a departure of it as well, but we couldn't because it started raining, and then we just had to pack up and leave. Nevertheless, quite happy to get it today once again, but of course it's not the special Harry Potter livery. We did capture the Harry Potter livery about 3 weeks ago as well of LATAM Airlines, if I'm not wrong, either 3 weeks or 2 weeks ago. And that was also a wonderful day. We did capture the departure and arrival. But yesterday we just filmed it. It wasn't a live stream. Since last Sunday we haven't really live streamed because the weather is so crazy. But what can you do, right? Alright. I wish these guys luck. Hopefully they have a nice, lovely boat ride, and hopefully it doesn't rain. When it doesn't rain, you can really enjoy the boat ride and things like that. Anyway, what do we have next? QF20 Manila to Sydney service on the A330-300.
Ground tug for Impala, ready? Up to Alpha, contact ground, 26 decimal. Control 0, 10, 78. Cream the pump, Golf, and Golf Oscar Road, group of pump. Just 50 information, request taxi. Gold Lima, 5 Brothers for 31. True Bravo for 31, Gold Lima.
It's nice we could get some action this early in the morning. And no complaints whatsoever if it doesn't rain. Even if it's going to be a cloudy day, we don't really mind. Last week was cloudy and it worked out well for us. And I think a cloudy day works well regardless. As long as it doesn't rain, it does help us get a very good view of the planes.
Ground taxi outside of Bay 1. Climb 405, information with you. Runway 34 left. Minus approach. Just descend, we are start to 8,000 feet. Retreat for left, respect high to 131.
As you can see on screen, visibility is pretty good at 10 kilometers. The wind gust is at 20 kilometers. Hopefully it doesn't pick up. But yeah, literally we don't feel any wind. But I do believe that it could be a bit out here. But it's not much actually, even the weather conditions otherwise, they do mention that it's like, sort of okay-ish wind. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for joining us from everywhere in the world. We already have Kiwi Forever joining us from Germany. So yeah, we're very happy to see everyone out here. Alrighty, what do we have next? Kuala Lumpur to Sydney service, registered as 9N MNI, 1-year-old aircraft from March of 2025. Yesterday we also had a brand new aircraft that we filmed, and its age was just about 3 months old, built in February of 2026. How good was that?
Via Golf, British 251.
That's 51, that is correct.
Yes, 251.
Quality 05, keep right up there. Going to be playing the 55. I'm sure it's gone.
Service from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on the A330-900.
Sydney now, information X-ray. I'll go edges only in a moment. The visibility is 1 numbers reducing to 6 kilometres from in the vicinity. And 200 and scattered 2000. Temperature is 16. Changes for X-ray at Sydney.
Alrighty, let's get ready for the next one. We don't see anything out there.
Just on 950 on limit. 340 taxi on went out for 6.
I'll lay back cross on that 340. Taxi only put out for 6. 340 on 950. Okay, 079 and Whiskey with that taxi.
Just 59, no taxi straight in on Golf. Hold short runway 07.
Golf 1, hold short runway 079.
Hey Peter, hello, good evening Peter. I hope you're doing well and having a great Saturday evening. I was going to say Sunday evening, but I just realized we are at Sunday morning out here in Sydney. Yeah. So Peter, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you're having a great Saturday evening, like I said. And thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate your presence out here. How's your Saturday been? Have you been doing anything exciting today? Going out, meeting with friends, family? Did anything special on the weekend? Planning to do anything tomorrow? Let us know. Let us know what you're up to.
039. Golf 1.
And to everyone joining us on the live stream, welcome from Sydney. Not the best of the weather days, but like I said, there's not much that we can do about it. However, we do hope it doesn't rain so that we can continue streaming for all of you.
Vision 8,000 feet by star. Expect the island port 3 left. I'll hold short 405.
Malaysian 251 continue via international 656.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so 950, runway 34 left. Just a take up 34 left, just 950.
Alrighty, let us capture the departure from that side. That's on runway 34 right. We can see the plane on the center of the screen now. Let's see if we can get the rotation of this one. Hopefully we can. Service to Cairns. Oh yes. That was nice. That made us happy. Oh wow, and nothing out here anymore? That's a bit crazy for this early in the morning, 6:34, and have already entering a sort of a lull.
Window 171. Director on 124.
Yeah, not too long before we get Batik coming in from Denpasar. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wait. I do believe that there would have been some sort of spacing requirements or what. I have literally no idea. But that does seem to be it, because usually we don't get so much of a break out here early morning. But you know, having said that, we are getting to see departures regardless.
Descend via star 6000, Connaughton. Good morning,
Backward Oscar. Bravo 2, hold short through fully.
1834 left, backward Oscar.
That was a nice, beautiful takeoff. Oh, where's the plane? Yeah, there you go. I think we panned a bit too fast.
Backward Oscar, Bravo 2, cross from there. Turn 1.
For base 2, backward Oscar.
United A330-9 leaving level 182 for 0,000 with X-ray.
9 heavy approach, descend via star 8. All right.
8,000.
We do see the day getting a bit brighter, and that is good news for us, because we will then be clipping our ND filter onto the camera, and that gives us a much better view. Now mind you, an ND filter doesn't really make things bright for you. It does take out those reflections, as well as, you know, the washout that we usually see on the fuselage. So You know, of course, that washout is usually when you have a white color fuselage and then the sun is shining nice and bright, and you know, it just looks so washed out. But at least for today, I don't think we would be having that. But regardless, you know, the fact that we do have water that we see on screen, that does play quite a bit onto the images that we see as well. You know, the reflections from the water, it does cast a bit of that reflection onto the fuselage. Not much actually, but you know, there is a contribution to it. Not a significant one, but it is. But anyway, let us have a look at this departure.
Today, Airline 400 Delta 10,000. Information X-ray.
Yep, just in time, caught that rotation. Just in time. Could have been slightly bit more earlier, but I do believe they would have been quite heavy with its with the number of people traveling across to Bali and then Pasar. So yeah, I mean they would be having quite a bit of luggage too. Luggage and maybe cargo as well. Not many of us know that commercial flights, passenger commercial flights, do carry a bit of cargo as well in their cargo hold whenever you know there's enough space as such. And then Pasar being a place which is not too far from Sydney. Of course, when we say not too far, it's not really a 2-hour journey or something. You know, it's almost 6 hours actually. But you know, there's quite a lot of Australians having business and import-exports thing. So yeah, it does work out quite well for the airlines in terms of revenue. And at the same time, you don't really need to wait for one of those cargo flights because, as you all know, a cargo flight does want to maximize their efficiency as well. So which means they would be waiting for quite a lot of those goods to be loaded onto the aircraft. But let's just say like Jetstar went to Denpasar now, and we'll be having another few out here and there. We do have Qantas as well. We all know Jetstar is the low-cost carrier of Qantas. So yeah, it works out quite well in terms of revenue. It works out well for consumers as well. You don't really need to wait for your goods as long as you will have. So in a way, that's a good one. Anyway, let's get ready for OD 171 Denpasar to Sydney service. That is on Batik Air. Batik Air, Boeing 737 MAX 8. Alright, we were trying to capture the aircraft. There you go.
Anyone ground command on Alpha. Cross rate 5. Taxi control. International. Runway 53.
How many of you all have noticed this strange thing where we are having a lull at this very moment without much arrivals? This is usually not the case out here in Sydney. So yeah, definitely something for us to consider. But we do hope it's not going to be for too long. Hopefully we get all of that departure and arrival action shortly. We do have QF128 coming in on Qantas's A330-300. Registered as VHQPA. We did spot this aircraft earlier as well on our live streams about a week, 2 weeks ago, and here you are again coming in from Hong Kong. Alrighty, we do see those aircraft coming in from America. Los Angeles service on UA 839 and the San Francisco service on UA 863.
Heavy, Sydney, touch.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world. We are streaming live from Sydney Airport. It is 24th of May 2026. Not one of those best weather days. In fact, not one of those best weather weeks. I have to say weeks because it's not even been a good week for quite some time now, especially in terms of weather, I would say. Apart from that, I think we should be all good. Just trying to get that crow out here that's making noise. This is the old ATC tower and we are filming by the base of it.
Class 128, 330 degrees, 5 knots. Taxiway Golf, runway 3 full left.
That's runway 34L. Okay, time for some arrival action once again, and we are glad. There you are. Alrighty, Hong Kong service QF 128. You can already see the landing gear. Can you all see it? It just left to the center of the screen.
Class 138. Information X-ray, request that.
Wow, we do see some sort of sun rays out there. That is nice. If it's going to be sunny, we are not complaining. We just won't be.
Left and ground 126 station.
Christchurch to Sydney service on the 737-800 of Qantas QF138 should be here shortly. Meanwhile, enjoy a bit of that sunny rays, I would say. Cannot say a sunny day, but at least enjoy the sunny rays.
Plus 138, push 320 degrees, 6 knots from it.
Just now, 760 cross 5, hold short 34 left.
Cross 5, hold short 34 left, just that.
Cross 128, continue to my Golf International 5 to 830.
Christchurch service QF138. Let us have a look at that one. But where are all the heavies? It seems to be quite a bit out here. Used to be, but not really for today. Today seems to be a lot different than any other day. Spotted the Mendovuji livery yesterday, and here we are with it today as well. Righty, time for a bit of an aperture change. Should be okay for now. We will be lowering the aperture later on, because later as it gets brighter, we wouldn't need to have that artificially inflated brightness out here on the camera, but we should be adding the ND filter shortly, let's say in about the next 10-15 minutes. But yeah, having said that, Sydney Airport does seem to be a bit quieter compared to usual. As you all know, those of you who watch us regularly, this is not what we do see at Sydney Airport. It's only 52 minutes past 6, not even an hour since the curfew ended, and we've already entered a lull. Usually this happens about an hour later, let's say about 7:45, 50 minutes past 7, that is when it does, but not so early in the day. Alright, let us have a look at UA 839. That's landing on runway 34 right. We will get a very good look of the aircraft as it does taxi to Terminal 1. And, you know, it's going to be taxiing from just below the base of the tower. And I think from there, we should be getting a good view when the aircraft is there, I mean to say. That's the Los Angeles service. Hopefully the service from San Francisco does arrive on runway 34L. That's the runway closest to us. The one that United is on is runway 34 right. So it's like the further one. The one that's further away.
Just a 766. Take 420 down on the wind 300 degrees. Knots runway 34 left, base line. There's one. And that's to depart, so work first position.
United A330-200 ground. I continue to view Lima and hold short. 34 left.
Do have Qantas Link coming in on the Dash 8. We'll get a good look of that one. And as you all know, we do call it a pencil aircraft just because when they do take off right from here at Sydney Airport and then they are just a little bit high above the ground, let's say about maybe 500 feet above the ground, they literally look like pencils.
Just a 760 line.
United A330 on Lima. Just runway 34 left and hold short of Alpha 2.
Ooh, we're spotting the aircraft and we do see people already on the beach that early. That's nice. And we did mention that we would be having a look at United, and here you are. Whoa, sadly the San Francisco service also is arriving on runway 34 right. So both of those American brothers, United, in fact, the 787, they both go to runway 34R. Here you see the first one, this is from Los Angeles. And the second one from San Francisco, both from the same state.
That is 714 heavy Sydney.
Apple. Velocity 808. Morning from 50. Push back to
We'll be capturing the departing aircraft to Adelaide. Let us go out there and have a look. Maybe we can get the rotation if we are lucky enough. Oh yes.
You can roll through the main Way Golf, runway 34 left.
GA 714 coming in from Denpasar shortly. That is Garuda, Indonesia on the A330-300.
ground. G'day, Lima and Bravo. On Bravo, hold short runway 5.
Continue on Lima, Bravo, and then hold short of runway 2 at Bravo, United A330-300.
Southwide 05, Sydney ground, good morning. 53, pushbacks approved.
Look at this thrust reversers. Yep, done with that. Where's United once again? And there you go. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we aren't watching a replay just from a couple of minutes ago, but in fact, this is one of the two Boeing 787-9 Dreamliners that come in from California. The one that we saw earlier was from Los Angeles. The one that we look on screen right now is the one from San Francisco.
Indonesia 714, ticket go.
714, Sydney ground, taxi golf, Intel 4, phase 35.
Oh, 704 and base 35, Indonesia 714.
What's your 6 digits? So they change Alpha and hold short of golf.
Alpha, hold short of golf.
And there you are, 7 a.m., 59 minutes since the first aircraft arrived out here. That was SQ221 on the A380. It is 7 o'clock now. We have had quite a bit of aircraft, but certainly and definitely lesser than what it usually is out here.
Yes, your ID information. X-ray request.
You all may have noticed this United Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner looks smaller, and that's because it's on the taxiway on the other side of the runway, not the closest to us.
Velocity 8 terrain, and Jetstar on Charlie.
Jetstar on catch, right?
Jetstar 46, thank you.
JQ 602 coming in from Melbourne Avalon.
Yeah, 63, cross runway 5, hold up to stop, and then hold up.
Okay, cross runway 25, that's close to hold short of Foxtrot. Is that what you said? United 8?
No, thank you for answering, hold up.
Right, hold short of Foxtrot, United 8.
Go ahead. 456, cross runway 2.
Once we do get that arrival, we will just pause the stream for maybe a minute or two, and we will set up the ND filter. As you all know, we usually don't set it up early in the morning, considering the fact that it's dark, and we expect and will continue to do so until about, we do get that bright sunlight early in the morning, which is not until about September, I would say. So yeah, we do have quite a long time to go for that.
The 505, taxi and hold. Jet direct, cross runway 25, look here. Correct.
Okay, 909, received again. Consent.
Melbourne Avalon service.
909, taxi and hold runway 25.
909.
Taxi left on Foxtrot and hold runway.
Confirm 860.
863, apologies.
Foxtrot and hold short of 34 left, United 863.
T2. Just a sec.
Just surrender it up. Just came off on our cross.
United 863 on Foxtrot, cross runway 4 left, output to base 4.
Okay, cross runway left at Foxtrot and Alpha to base United A330 Heavy.
9, cross runway 25, cross Sierra.
Cross 25, cross Sierra, above Pinoy.
Gold Lima, to Bravo 4 to 41.
Bravo 4, 41, Gold Lima.
Hey Hansela, hello, welcome back Hansela. How are you doing? Hoping everything's well with you. Glad to see you back again, Hansela. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Well, from that heading, clear.
Hey, Amadeu Faria. Happy Sunday, Sydney from Lisbon, Portugal. 22:03 p.m. Whoa, that's a 9-hour difference. How good is that, mates? So you're still enjoying the nice Saturday evening, and we are out here on Sunday morning. Wow, I hope you're enjoying and having a great time, Amadeu. Hopefully it's wonderful for you. And look at who we have here, Adele. Hello, Adele. Good morning. How are you? Oh yes, Adele, we couldn't be streaming this this past week, at least on the weekday, because you know we have crazy weather out here. It's like raining one moment, and then the very next moment it stops, and then it begins again, and it stops, and it begins again, and it stops. It's annoying, I would say. Even look at it right now. The roads are wet. Whilst I was driving to the airport, like I always keep mentioning that I usually don't have my breakfast at home. So I went to McDonald's, got my breakfast, and it started raining so heavily. And then I thought, I'm just going to be having my breakfast and let's just drive back home. I'm not doing the live stream today. And yeah, the very next moment after I decided that, the rain just went off. It's like 5 minutes of heavy rain and then nothing out there. So we really didn't know what exactly is happening, but yeah, I'm glad that we could just get a bit of action right now. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain anymore, because if it does rain, then yeah, that's going to be the end of the stream. But yeah, thanks Adele, thanks for you know, checking in on us. And yeah, I think the crazy weather is going to continue this week too, so we don't really know whether we'll be able to stream even one of these weekdays. But you know, apart from that, it's been all good, and we are glad we could get this stream out to all of you. Alrighty, Amadeu says, I'm ready to have a good night's sleep. Thank you very much, mates. Thank you very much for joining us just before your Saturday night peaceful sleep. Thanks for joining us, and I do hope and I do wish you a very, very good night. Hopefully you get some great sleep and there's no disturbance whatsoever. Alrighty, we are waiting a bit of that arrival action here, but there's going to be a while. However, please stay tuned with us. We will just get our ND filters on and we will be back in about 2 minutes from now. And we are back once again. ND filter up there on the camera and we should be good to go. But yeah, nothing, no action. It does seem to be slightly less for today. So yeah, let us see how things work out. Hey, g'day Runway Sydney Airport, g'day. How are you? Hoping everything's well. And how was the air show out there at Wollongong? Hopefully you had some great time and everything went well, mates. How long are we streaming today? Yeah, that's a very good question, but we have no idea. I thought that we were cancelling the live show altogether because this morning it started raining a bit while we were driving to the airport and then whilst we were having our breakfast out there at Macca's. But yeah, I don't know. If it does start raining, let us say if it does start raining even in about the next hour, we will just be giving up on the show, you know, because the weather has been a bit annoying. So yeah, I don't really think we would be streaming for too long if it does rain. But if not, let us see. We don't really have any special liveries as such. Usually, you know, we do stream like all morning long, trying to capture the departures and arrivals. But yeah, today it seems to be the arrivals are not as much. I really have no idea. So which means, you know, if we don't really have as much of those international arrivals, that does mean that we will be short on departures as well. So yeah, for today, we couldn't really even, you know, say anything. As you know, we usually try capturing all of the international arrivals and then the departures the whole morning session until we have the Tokyo Haneda service on all Nippon Airways, which usually closes off the morning departure session. But for today, we literally have no idea. We have quite a less number of those international arrivals today compared to otherwise. So yeah, it could be a bit of a hit and miss, but let us see how things work out. Seems strange to us that we have to wait for aircraft at this time of the day.
Information X-ray POBs. Ready for taxi, run up required.
But apart from that, Runway Sydney Airport, how's everything? How was the air show out there? Did you enjoy? Did you get to see any of those historic aircraft and things like that? Were they on display? Or was it just more of an air show?
Through to the end, runway 34 left.
OZ601 Asiana Airlines out there today. Wow, 3 of those heavy arrivals. In fact, 4. Japan Airlines JL51. We had both of the services from California, that is Los Angeles and San Francisco service out there. And yeah, and now it's Asiana Airlines. That's the Star Alliance livery. We'll get a better look of it when it's this side, when it does taxi to the terminal. It's always nice to see a Star Alliance livery. Yesterday we spotted the Star Alliance livery of Singapore Airlines as it took off, SQ212. Yeah, but just want to mention that we did not stream yesterday. It was just a filming day for us. We usually enjoy filming days as much as a streaming day, I would say, but we did have to cut short again because of the rain. So yes, there's quite a lot of those variables playing against us these days. Yeah, been a bit, but let us have a look at Asiana Airlines.
Continue now via link, Foxtrot runway 34 left.
Continue Lima, holding short 3, Asian A330-1.
61, contact me on ground
1. Yes, good to see the style and livery of Asiana Airlines. We did capture it. I'm not too sure whether we captured it last week or the week prior to that, but we did capture the style and livery of Asiana Airlines back then too. Looks wonderful, and it does look super wonderful on a bright sunny day. Today is not one of the brightest days, but regardless, you know, we are always happy to capture it.
Bravo, hold short runway 25, Airbus 320 onto runway 25 and
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you all are having a great start to Sunday. For those of you watching us from everywhere else in the world, Netherlands, Sweden, the whole of Europe, North America, South America, wishing you a very, very good Saturday evening.
Aviation 601 to left turn and enter runway 5, taxi line right, hold the taxiway next.
Taxi by Yatakshar 25, holding short over Yankee, 601.
We will await departure of OZ602, the very same aircraft that we just spotted. Asiana Airlines. It will be departing later today, so we will get a very good look of it.
Asian A330-1, down non 835, holding for Yankee.
Excellent, 601, entry on the runway, hold the taxi. You are parking space 9, it is occupied, however they expect to push the next.
Roger, non 835, down 35, holding for Yankee, Asian A330-1.
Second ground bay number 10, you push back through. 283 Bravo, 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How is everyone doing? And thank you very much for joining us on our live stream today. We are happy to be streaming live from Sydney's International Airport on this slightly gloomy day with crazy weather. QF82 Singapore to Sydney service on the A330-300 should be arriving in 1 minute, registered as VH QPK. Age of the aircraft, 16 years old, from October of 2009. There you are, we see it on screen, just offset top right center. We also do have PR211 coming in from Manila. That's Philippine Airlines. It will be landing on runway 34 right. Whilst we may not get to see the best view of it as it lands, we will get to see it up close as it does taxi to Terminal 1. Terminal 1 is Sydney's international terminal, for those of you who don't know, especially for our viewers joining us from elsewhere in the world who have never really been to Sydney or who wish to visit Sydney someday. Terminal 1 is the international terminal, so the next time you do travel to Sydney, you will be arriving at Terminal 1. Unless you actually arrive via maybe Melbourne or any of the other capital cities out here and then you take a domestic connection. But most likely, in fact not most likely, it is without a doubt that if you do arrive into Sydney on an international flight, you're going to be at Terminal 1.
Airbus A330-200, line up runway 31. 34, left line up minus. Airbus A2, take to ground 126.85.
Yeah, that was a wonderful arrival. We will pan around getting a bit of those arrivals once again. It was, I think, just a temporary lull, but yeah, we do see all of those aircraft coming in once again. PR211 from Manila, the Philippines, on Philippine Airlines, Airbus A330-300. Let us check the age of the aircraft, registered as RP-C8780. Age of the aircraft, 12 years old. Yeah, not too old, I would say, just about midlife of a plane, of a long-haul plane.
Cross runway 25, international 3 to base 33.
And we will get a better look of Philippine Airlines a bit later, but what we do see on screen is another Airbus A380 of Qantas QF12 coming in from Los Angeles, California. Let's check out the registration. VHOQD, 17 years old aircraft from November of 2008.
Driver to push back, allow 777 on you back. Roger, push back long enough for aircraft to head a bit. Yeah. 141, short runway 34 left, contact ground 117. 134 left, ground 141. Ground 141, hold 34 left. 141, hit again. 21, 5 left, 5 left.
Okay, an A380 after a long time. After a long time on the stream, we did capture quite a bit of A380s. I believe 3 of them, if I'm not wrong, or perhaps 2 for sure. And there you are.
Asia 1 address. Sorry, Daytona. 600 taxi. Golf, debate 9, the 777's pushing back on. And you want to debate.
Alright,
what a shame. What a shame our view got disrupted. Come on.
Qantas 140, cross runway 34 left.
But no problem.
Hold short.
Like I said, we get quite a lot of those A380s, so we will be getting another arrival of an A380, that is
Contact ground,
Singapore Airlines later today. I do believe we have Qantas's A380 coming in as well from Dallas Fort Worth, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, for now, Philippine Airlines PR 211. We do have JQ 912 Sydney to Townsville service, Jetstar.
Qantas 140.
It's out there on runway 34, should begin its takeoff roll shortly.
Alpha ASL 2 Qantas 7, approach National 2 to base.
to 11, taxi left on 25, hold your runway 3 for left.
Accident on runway 5 and 4 short. For that, pull up to 11.
Alrighty, Sydney to Townsville service. Check you, 912. That's the A330-200. Like I always mention, the A320 has some wonderful sounds. And usually if you're one of those movie geeks who watches quite a lot of movies, you would see no matter which aircraft they do show on the screen, they'll always have this sound of an A320. How many of y'all have noticed that one?
Runway 3 for left.
Definitely, runway 25 for that, pull up to 11.
Now to 3 to wind 340 degrees at 5.
Yeah, done with that, and then we do have Vietnam Airlines coming in out here. Vietnam Airlines coming in from Ho Chi Minh City, VN773 on the A350-900. Let us have a good look of that one as it arrives. Oh, Adele has sent us a message. Adele asks us, have you ever visited Alice Springs in Central Australia? I'd just like to know. No, Adele, we haven't. We haven't visited Alice Springs. We haven't visited any of the Central Australia. It's a wonderful place. We haven't visited any parts of Central Australia, actually, to be more precise with the language. Yeah, but we haven't. And we would love to, because, that was the first place we fell in love with when we saw pictures of Central Australia, Alice Springs, the Uluru, and, the Northern Territory and those sort of things. But yeah, sadly, we haven't. Hopefully, we do get the time to actually go out there.
Back 8 Alpha 2, contact ground 12, decimal 5.
Alpha 126, decimal 5, Vietnam 7. About 3 or 4, 12 is reconnected, thank you. Good morning, Vietnam 773, on Alpha 2. Vietnam 773, Mound across runway 25, then left on hotel, and hold short on Yankee, evade on. Possibly, flying left on hotel, hold Yankee, Vietnam 77. Singapore 212, Philippines 2, cross runway 34, continue on the runway, hold short Yankee. The Golf, hold short Alpha.
Film 221, continue your current heading, normal speed. And,
No worries, Adele. No worries. We do hope that you're able to visit Australia, and yeah, it would be nice if you could visit Sydney because, like you mentioned the other day, you want to have a look at the Sydney Opera House and the Harbour Bridge, as well as Melbourne has some really good food options. Mind you, I have been to Melbourne only once, but I did not get the time at all to try out the food options and the coffee and things like that. But I do know they have some really wonderful options out there, and I would love for you to try it. Perth, again, wonderful place. I've only ever seen it on YouTube or images as such, or my friends sharing things with me from work, and that's when you do get to know quite a bit of all of this. So yeah, Perth and Alice Springs, a totally different place compared to all the other cities, like you mentioned, Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, or even Adelaide. If you look at Alice Springs, it's a totally different world out there. And, it's more of a touristy thing. A lot of tourists visit there. And I do hope you will be able to have a good time. Of course, to visit Alice Springs, it's better if you do visit during the Australian summer. But, the Australian summer can be a bit punishing, to be quite honest with you, So, yeah, the fact that you're going to be visiting around next year, and I think you mentioned June, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, if that's the case, I just wish you luck. But, yeah, not that it's bad, but, just the most preferable time as such, enjoy the Australian summer sort of things. But even otherwise, you can enjoy quite a bit regardless. The only thing is when you do visit Sydney and Melbourne, you'll end up losing daylight quite early. Like yesterday, the sun set out here in Sydney at 58 minutes past 4. Can you even imagine? So it's like by 15 minutes past 5, you're in complete darkness. And then the sun rises quite late too, 6:46 a.m. this morning. So we are in 13 and a half hours of total darkness. But yeah, that's just how it is out here. Usually during summer, it's the other way around. We have about 13 hours of nice bright sunlight. And I do believe it does go to 14 hours as well. So yeah, it's just, the weather.
Sydney, the wind now 30 degrees at 5 knots. There's the 10 kilometres reducing to 1,000 metres with mist. There's still in the vicinity. Cloud few 200 feet, scattered 1,000 feet. 15. Actually still 1025. That's it.
All right, where are the aircraft today? Why are we having it so less? I did think that we were just having a thing, but nah, we aren't. Indeed, we are having less of those aircraft. I do believe it's just less of the domestic aircraft, if I'm not wrong. You never know. But yeah, Adele says, I'm looking forward to my next vacation very much to Australia. And indeed, yep, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, thank you. It would be great, Adele, to, have a catch-up. It would be nice. We could always speak so much more about aviation and stuff like that. But yeah, it would be lovely to see you around. Singapore Airlines SQ 212 on the Boeing 777-300 AR.
73, wind 340 degree. Back at number exit altitude, runway. Sydney ground, company pushing bay 2, taxi bay 9. Station information. kilometres, June to 4,000 metres. The fog has the lightings on and temperature. Fine, contact ground 126.
Right, what do we have? AA-73 Los Angeles to Sydney service, American Airlines. We did film it yesterday on our filming day, and today is our stream day. Glad to be capturing it yet again.
Get a beneficial approach.
Runway 500.
Haha, Miss Aussie Thunder, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate you like the thumbnail. Thank you. And yeah, Miss Aussie Thunder, since you liked it, maybe for the next stream, maybe next week, I'm not too sure whether we'll even get a chance to stream during the weekday, okay? Because the weather app does say that it's going to be raining almost the whole week. So we really have no idea. But whatever happens, you know, the next stream, we might as well just put a nice black and white thumbnail, so you know, you just enjoy it as such. We did think of streaming midweek, but like I said, you know, the weather is so crazy. It's a bit annoying actually at this very moment. You know, we totally don't mind the rain and this and that, but for a moment, it's like, it does get a bit annoying for the very fact that, you know, it's been raining on and off since last week. And it's going to continue doing so until end of next week, until end of this week, I would say now.
Canada 33, heavy approach to 9,000, runway 34 left. Right on runway 25 or so. $19 contact director on 16 stage, more one, hello. Morning.
Right, we do see on the banner up there AC-33, Air Canada 33 about to arrive, but yeah, going to be a while. We do have quite a bit out there on the runway as well as, you know, in the air. So yeah, let it take its own sweet time, and we should capture it as it does arrive out here.
Singapore 212. Yeah, good morning.
Air Canada 33, less approach, then independent visual. Left on Charlie, hold short here.
Oh man, Adele says, I have a scale model 1:200 Singapore Airlines, Boeing 747. Wow, I had it for more than 20 years and it's still in an excellent condition plane. I envy you, Adele. The Boeing 747-400 of Singapore Airlines is something I've never really seen in service in my real life. I've only ever seen a Boeing 747 of Singapore Airlines cargo, so you know, not the passenger variant at all. And yeah, I don't think I've even seen a scale model of a 747-400 of Singapore Airlines. Of course, you know, I've never really been too much into scale models as such, but like I did mention that I purchased ANA, All Nippon Airways Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner with the Green Initiative livery. They usually fly to Europe and the United States. It doesn't really come to Australia, for the very fact that, I do believe it's a configuration sort of thing. So maybe that's why. But you never know, someday if they do run out of aircraft, or maybe some technical difficulties on another one, maybe we could be lucky enough. But for the most part, we don't really expect to see it. It's going to be a really blue moon day if we do get one of those special aircraft of ANA out here with that special livery. But yeah, having said that, 747, it's quite iconic, and I'm glad you have that. And 20 years, very long time. I tell you, 20 years is like very long time. To have it in an excellent condition, that does mean you take good care of it. Probably dusting it, and maybe wiping it off all the dust and things like that. Can really appreciate it. Really appreciate you taking that good care of a plane from 20 years ago.
Singapore to 12, runway 34 left.
Line up runway, that's Singapore 12.
And New Zealand, as we see on screen. Bird Feeder Cam says, I'm new here to your channel. Hey, Bird Feeder, hello. How are you doing? And thank you very much, mates, for joining us out here. We will make sure to check out your channel later today if we do have a bit of time. But if not, then most likely during the week when we do get a bit of downtime as such. But yeah, thank you. What's your channel all about, Bird Feeder Cams? Please let us know. It would be really nice. Please share with all of our lovely viewers out here as well. They would of course be curious and inquisitive to know. So please share with us. And Bird Feeder Cams, thank you very much for joining us on our aviation stream out here. Hopefully you're having a wonderful start to Sunday.
That's Singapore 12.
Yeah, Adele says the one that they have, the 747 Singapore Airlines, they've had it since 2004. Yeah, quite some time, 22 years. Wow.
221, Greg, good morning, cross runway 2. Inbounding till...
Which other models do you have, Adele?
Cross 25.
All right, let us have a look at SQ212 on the Boeing 777-300ER of Singapore Airlines for its service to Singapore Changi. It's going to be reaching Singapore Changi about 3 o'clock local time, which means it's going to be about 5 o'clock out here.
Tucker and Sierra back, 30, push back approach.
That was a wonderful one. Yeah, bird feeder cams. Thank you very much. Yes, like the name suggests, yes, bird feeder. So probably I would love to see, I do believe that you would be doing quite a lot of wildlife spotting, if I'm not wrong. It would be nice to go have a look. So yeah, thanks so much. We will just screenshot your comment so that we can go home later today or early tomorrow, and let us see how things work out, and should be great. Should be great to have a good look. Are there any specific birds or something that you usually want to spot bird feeder cams, or is it like whatever birds you spot? And where exactly do you go to spot birds? Is it in the city? Do you go to one of the forestry area, or wildlife areas, things like that? How does it work? Of course, bird feeder cams, you spot the natural birds, and we spot the metal birds, all of the planes out here. Of course, we do have the natural birds as well. Yeah, there you go. Later in the day, there'll be quite a lot more of them coming out here, but for now, it's just few here and there.
Vietnam 73, Greg.
BA 551, Sydney to Perth service.
Towing off the apron by here to Bay 3.
Third traffic on the right.
After landing, roll through. Now with the vacate, keep the speed up, please. 40 degrees back on runway 34 left.
One fuel engine now, 1026, connect.
102, start of the
All right, bird feeder does say that
Flag Sierra on the ground on 21.
they look at robins, pigeons, brown birds, and doves. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, Miss Horsey Thunder. Yeah, you know that's how it is. But you know the fact. But yeah, thank you very much. Whoa, bird feeder cam says in their garden. Mate, I tell you how lucky you are to have a look at all of those birds in your garden. I can totally get it, but you know, I would be quite jealous because I've never really been lucky to see any of those birds in the garden out there. What I usually do see is, you know, those bin chickens out of nowhere coming in on the garden. We do have cats. Of course, they are not even birds, but yeah, apart from that, we do see crows and sometimes pigeons. But yeah, never this variety. I would really love to see all of that, mates. Really love to see. But thank you very much for letting us know, you know, you've got to my curiosity. So we will be having a look at your channel. Thank you very much, bird feeder cams. We do hope you enjoy the live stream today. We do stream almost every other weekend. In fact, today we were not supposed to stream. It was a last minute decision considering the fact that whilst we were having breakfast as well as whilst we were driving to the airport, it started raining. And yeah, I'm lucky we did set up, but like I said, we did mention it earlier that if it does rain, we will have to end the stream and there's not much that we would be able to do then. But until then, let us just enjoy whatever we can. Adele says, I have an Airbus A380, have Airbus Beluga. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's pronounced as Beluga. Yeah, I do know the transport one. It looks a bit too huge and I've never really seen it in real life, but hopefully when I do visit Germany later this year, I would probably be able to see it, considering the fact that, you know, the Beluga or Beluga is usually doing quite a lot of those transport runs between Toulouse in France and, you know, most of other Europe for Airbus. So yeah, hopefully I do get to see one of it. But that's very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, I do think, Adele, you mentioned that you have an A380, I think around last week, and I asked you and you told me that's the one from Airbus, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so yeah, good on you. I think you have those iconic aircraft out there, as we all know, the 747-400s. Not very many of them left, just a few with Lufthansa. Of course, 747-8s are going to be here for quite some time, let's say for the next 15 years at least, because Lufthansa has quite a bit of them. However, the 747-400 is something which I believe you would have from 20 years ago, because 2004, and back then the 747-8 wasn't even launched then. So yeah, you do have quite a few iconic aircraft. You know, even the Airbus A380, we have quite a lot of them. Emirates being its largest operator with more than 100 in active service. However, we all know the future of the A380. You know, the A380 program itself has been discontinued since December of 2021, when the last A380 was delivered to Emirates. So yeah, of course, you know, again, Emirates is going to be using those A380s well into the early 2040s. So we do have quite some time, I would say another 15 years odd. But that doesn't really mean that we don't like the aircraft or it's not iconic, right? It is indeed an iconic aircraft for the very fact that it's quite comfortable. It is one which can really help you at slot-constrained airports like Sydney, like London Heathrow. And we all know that's happening out here in Sydney. Singapore Airlines has 2 services on an A380. Emirates has 3 services from Dubai on the A380. On any other day, okay? Right now, we do have one of Emirates service coming in on the Boeing 777. We did have its departure earlier today. That's because, you know, of the Middle East conflict, demand and all has been affected a bit. But yeah, apart from that, I do see the A380 having a very good market share as such. But, you know, having said that, filling up an A380 is not quite easy, and that's why you see most of the airlines have shied away from an A380 as such. But, you know, that apart, you know, speaking about economics part of it, leaving all of that aside, it does mean that, you know, airlines don't prefer the A380. However, the A380 is loved by many. Let's put it out that way. No matter who you talk to, people who have traveled on different aircraft and then on an A380 and vice versa, they love the A380. There's no two ways about it. It looks a bit hazy right now. Why can't we just have a clear, nice, sunny day? Yes, Adele, the A380 is quite expensive if you look at it in that sense. Yes, quite expensive. And I did read a news article about it quite a long time ago, as well as, you know, I've watched quite a lot of documentaries, have spoken with people from the industry, especially, you know, as we keep traveling so much here and there. And one of the things that someone mentioned was the A380 to operate, right? Like, you see, Emirates has over 100 in active service. Now, for them to make a profit with the A380, it does work well for very many reasons. One of them being UAE, Dubai. It is located geographically in, you know, let's say center of those long distance travels as such. So you see Dubai to Sydney, Dubai to Auckland, Dubai to Dallas Fort Worth, Miami, Dubai to New York JFK. you see, they can do it all with their A380. Of course, to Miami, I do believe they use the Boeing 777-300ER, but for the most part, yeah, they use the A380. Now, not all airlines can do that. You see, Singapore Airlines, they did have 12 A380s. They do have quite a bit as well. As we speak, we have one A380 that has already arrived out here in Sydney. Another one will be arriving in, let's say, 2.5 hours from now. With having said all of that, the thing is, you know, you get it. Whoa, bird feed cams, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much for the love. Thank you. Really appreciate it, bird feed cams. Thank you. You're quite generous and appreciate it. Yeah, so what we were saying is the A380, to make it work out well, it is quite a task. And the lesser the aircraft you have, you don't get the economies of scale. It's pretty much like, let's say you're driving a car, you need to pick up your kids from school, right? If you pick up both your kids at the same time within a half an hour difference, let's say one of the kid goes to school and then soccer practice for half an hour, the other kid goes to school and just finishes half an hour earlier. Let's say you try picking both of your kids with a half an hour gap, you're ending up spending more fuel. You're just going back home with one kid and you're back again to school to pick up the other one. But if you pick up both kids together, it's going to be a bit of a profit for you. You're not going to be wasting as much fuel to travel back and forth. You know, now that's the simplest example. We cannot use that example to compare an A380 efficiency, right? But you know, you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, when you do have that efficiency in terms of maintenance and all that thing, and then, you know, the technical know-how, Emirates is quite good at doing that because they have so many of those aircraft. They have a technical center just out there, the servicing center for the A380 at Dubai International Airport, and it's a massive one. You can actually see it when the aircraft does taxi and take off from Dubai Terminal 3. So, you know, those are the things. And yeah, sadly, airlines do not like it, and you know, those things didn't work out. But, you know, I can totally get it. An A380 is an A380. The love for it would never really diminish. And I do hope to see it long. But yeah, I do know that I will be quite sad and upset when it does, you know, end its service in the early 2040s. And we all know, you know, without a doubt, the last operator of an A380 is going to be Emirates, for the very fact that they've had so many. They have had the last of the A380s, the last of the newer A380s that got delivered in 2021. They were the last airline to receive them. And of course, you know, considering the fact that they are the last airline to have received them and have had the most modern iterations of the A380. They will be the last to also be phasing it out of service. All right, but yeah, bird feeder cams, thank you very much once again. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bird feeder cams has just sent us a nice, generous contribution. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining us on our stream. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Adele says, next year I hope to fly with Emirates Montreal to Dubai via an A350 Emirates and then A380 from Dubai to Sydney via Emirates. Oh, yes. That's right. You know, I have never really tried an A350. I do know that the A350 service was a regular occurrence from Dubai to Adelaide. But yeah, with the Middle East war and stuff like that, it's a bit too crazy and we don't really know what's happening. But yeah, we do hope to travel on that A350 someday. But I wish you luck, Adele. Hopefully you have a great time out there. Air Canada. Alrighty, Adele, this one is just coming from your country, Air Canada, AC-33 from Vancouver. Not the closest to you, but yeah, pretty much from your country, so much more closer, I would say.
Left Alpha 2 and ground 25.
Yeah, it's not the clearest of days. We do have a slight bit of haze. You may be able to see it on camera. It's not the best view. I think if you'll try to see those buildings behind in the background, usually it's nice and clear, but today it does seem to be a bit less visible. Yeah, there you go. You'll get to know what I'm talking about, right? So that's the thing. Let us still see how things work out. We do expect a runway change about mid to late morning, but you know, that is dependent on the weather. Weather can change anytime and things like that. But yeah, that's the plan. Alrighty, what do we have next? QF4 Auckland to Sydney service on Qantas's Yam Dreaming livery VHZND. That will be a wonderful one. Really excited to see it. It's been quite some time that we captured the Yam Dreaming livery on our channel. We do have videos of it. I do believe a YouTube short. I'm not too sure if we do have a long form video, but I don't really think we've ever captured one on our live streams. But I could be wrong, you know, we capture so many of these aircraft all across, not too sure. But yeah, let us have a look today. As you can see, not the best of the visibility, but way too happy to capture it regardless. Woohoo! Lovely! Look at that. What a beauty. On a sunny day, this is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, hoping the next time we do get a nice sunny arrival or maybe even a sunny departure would be lovely. Yeah, lovely. Are there any more aircraft coming in? We don't see any.
25 on the hotel. Hold Yankee and you're back off your load. Cross 25 hotel left on Yankee Hall. Sorry, left on hotel.
Oh yeah, thanks Adele. Thank you. I'm glad we do see a bit of sunlight, and in fact the sun just coming up from behind the clouds. Yeah. Hoping it can get nice and clear. It's not too cold over here, 15 degrees actually to be precise, but it does feel a bit punishing out here, maybe because of the wind. It's not the strongest of the winds. As you can see, you know, even the water has come There have been a couple of times when we've been streaming, I think late last year as well as earlier this year, maybe in the month of January, when the water was all spooling up sort of thing, you know, there were literally waves in this calm waters. And that is because we had very bad wind. There was water that was hitting this retaining wall from the other side and then onto this side. We did actually get our camera wet and our tripod wet, because earlier we used to stand at that retaining wall, but then since we've moved quite behind and we continue to do so. Yeah, the retaining wall, it does seem to be higher, but you know, the water is quite low on the other side because this retaining wall is at a much higher level. It's about the same level that you see on that side of the runway. You see how high that is. It may not look as such, but it is quite high. And we are literally at that very same level. So yeah, that's just a bit of history and sharing the stories about the water being crazy with the wind. But yeah, it's a bit too cold out here. But we are glad, you know, we have our nice warm clothing and should be good to go. Alright, CX110, we should be getting the departure of that CX110 Sydney to Hong Kong service on the A350. That will be nice and beautiful to capture now in broad daylight. Not broad daylight, I would say, because it's still not the brightest, but I would just say it's narrow daylight, if that is even a word. I'm pretty sure it's not a word, but let's make a word for it. Narrow daylight. Narrow daylight is a day as such where you do have a bit of sunlight, you have haze, you have that risk of rain just looming over your head, and and we are still trying to capture some aircraft with some great liveries. It's a bit crazy. Yeah, but stay tuned with us. Let us see what else we can get. We do have the Starlines livery of Asiana Airlines that we saw coming in earlier today. We should be getting the departure, hopefully from runway 34L. We will see it depart. We will see it taxi nice and clear, and hopefully get to see it departing as well. But if there is a runway change, we will not able to see it taxi around, but we will able to see it having just rotated out there at the base of the ATC tower that we see on screen. Yeah, 8:01 a.m. This is the usual time when we do have a bit of lull out here at Sydney Airport regardless. So there wouldn't be much flights arriving at this very moment. Of course, a few domestic ones would be coming in, but not more of those international ones. Yeah, it's been a while now since we did have Cathay Pacific on with their special livery. That is something we would love to see someday. When I say special livery, I'm talking about the retro livery. We do have CX161 coming in from Hong Kong in another 11 minutes. JQ48 Jetstar coming in from Seoul Incheon. The Tokyo Haneda service on the A330-300 of Qantas QF60, MF801, Xiamen to Sydney. Of course, that's going to take about half an hour. NH879. That is all Nippon Airways coming in from Tokyo Haneda again in 45 minutes from now. Yeah, we do have quite a bit of that action coming in, but going to take a while. Oh, we do have Hong Kong Airlines coming in with the Tang... How do you even pronounce that? Tang Pao livery? Yeah, BLHR. We have had it on our stream earlier. We've also had YouTube shorts on our channel, so would be lovely to see that. But please stay tuned. You know, we have quite a lot of YouTube shorts that will be posted later today. You know, of course, we do upload them and leave it up automatically to be published on the desired dates and stuff like that. So yeah, please stay tuned for all of that action. You all will be able to see a lot of those YouTube shorts. However, yeah, please stay tuned. We have Cebu Pacific coming in from Manila. It wasn't there yesterday. China Southern on the A350-900 coming in from Guangzhou. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of action. I hope you all can stay tuned with us, and hopefully we can capture that action for you all if it doesn't rain. All right, it's getting a bit silhouette-y, I would say, because the sun is out now. adjusting our ND filter to reduce the harsh sun just a bit. But it's hazy. It is hazy.
5 to Bay 51.
All right, we do have some comment section filling up there. Hey, Jonathan. Hello. How are you, Jonathan? Hoping everything's well with you. Nice to see you around. And thank you very much for joining us this Sunday morning. Hoping everything's well with you, mates. All right, we need to wear a hat because the sun is out. When the sun is out, it burns us. As you all know, the first stream of ours, not in fact the first, I believe the second stream, the first stream of ours was like late October of last year. The second stream of ours was in November one morning, and everything went well. We didn't really realize we got sunburned until the next morning when we woke up and we thought that it's a bed bug sort of thing, but it wasn't a bed bug. We literally were burnt.
Cali 110, right on it. 76, runway 34 left. Right now, Oscar, 34 left. No one to do, got it now. Ready for the count, 120 to start. 34 left.
Batike, Boeing 737. Yeah, we do have quite a bit of that action going to come up later today, as I did read through the arrivals. So yes, stay tuned with us. We will also be having a Star Alliance livery, taking power livery of Hong Kong Airlines. Star Alliance livery, I forgot to mention, Star Alliance livery is of Asiana Airlines. I think I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. And let us see what else we can get. Not too much in terms of special liveries today. We did have quite a bit yesterday, but yesterday was our filming day, so there was nothing that was captured on stream.
110, contact 1.7.
As you all can see, it looks nice and sunny out there, and hopefully it can stay this way until the end of the stream. If it does, maybe we can stream for longer. If not, then maybe, at least if it's not sunny, then let's just say we are happy with a cloudy day as well. But yeah, apart from that, we would love to capture all of the action, because even yesterday, whilst it was our filming day, we had to leave a bit early because of the rain. So hoping today everything works well and it's not too much of a trouble. Look at the A350 of Cathay Pacific, taxiing nice and quiet. Ooh, look at that. We totally missed out on the A380 when we were checking flight radar. Wow. QF8 from Dallas Fort Worth. We did mention this about the Dallas Fort Worth service coming in earlier today, but now, a few minutes ago when we did read to flight radar, we totally missed out.
So I'd advise when you have replicated altitude.
Quantify.
Traffic crossing has gone.
Quantify.
Registered as VH OQC,
Charlie Hotel.
the third A380 of Qantas. Very lovely. We are done with that. Let us go for Batik Air's departure. Hey Gerald, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Good evening, Gerald. How are you? Thank you very much, Gerald. We join our hands and we say thank you. Thank you for joining us on each and every stream of ours. We are so happy that you do that. And likewise, we would also like to join our hands and say a big thank you to Miss Aussie Thunder. Miss Aussie Thunder, Gerald, you always are here on our streams. It means quite a lot to us. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. It means like even much more than viewership or whatever, the very fact that you're present every single day, every single time when we come out here. Of course, like I said, it's not the best of the weather, not the best of the days, but yet you'll stick around with us. That means quite a bit. All right. I did mention last week, and we joked about it, the Boeing 737 MAX 8 that we see a Batik on screen. Last week it didn't even rotate, and usually we'll even see Emirates rotating, with Emirates A380 rotating quite early. So let us see, we'll give them a benefit of doubt last week. Hopefully they can show us the rotation today, considering the fact they've started from the threshold of runway 34. Okay, almost about to rotate, I think, because we could see the nose lift up just slightly bit. So yeah, we'll give it to them. Would love to see a 747, a cargo 747, but nothing scheduled as such. Usually if we have to see a 747 and those things, we have to be streaming in the afternoon, which we have done in the past. But as of now, the afternoons are quieter. You all know it, how it works, right? Aviation jet fuel is quite expensive at this very moment. Qantas has, of course, tried to consolidate flights to the same cities on one flight rather than having about 70% capacity. They would prefer having 100% capacity and things like that. So yeah, they'll try consolidating quite a lot of them together. So there's a lot happening, and that does mean that even afternoon could get a bit too quiet. Afternoons are usually quiet anyway at Sydney Airport, but with all of this happening, it's become a little more quieter than usual. But we do love the afternoon streams as well. The only thing is the late afternoon, when we used to get Qatar Airways, Emirates and Etihad, those three aircraft, they just don't arrive anymore from their respective countries. That is Doha, Dubai, UAE, as well as Abu Dhabi, UAE. So yeah, for us to stream and not have any action on the screen, that would be a downer for us. So yeah, we do hope we can do it later on this year. Yeah, that is one thing. And then the second thing is also you lose daylight by 15 minutes past 5. So it's not helpful either way. But like I said, when we do stream, we would love to do it and hopefully bring whatever action is available at that stage.
402. 37, pushback approved. 161 heavy city tack, good morning.
Let's get ready for the departure. Going to be a while before they even depart. They haven't even reached the holding point.
Cathay 10 degrees at 5 knots, runway 34.
Alright, CX161 Hong Kong to Sydney service. So we will be, Hong Kong to Sydney service is just arriving. So we will be seeing two of those A350s out here. One that is already on screen and the other out there in the sky, just about to land shortly. Yes, so now that we see on screen, lower left, Cathay Pacific CX110 to Hong Kong. The top right, CX161 from Hong Kong, both being an A350-900.
24, Sydney ground, Bravo, and Ultra runway 25.
Yeah, two A350s of Cathay Pacific. Nice. Look at that fluffage out there on the wings.
Runway 34 left. 3.
Oh yes, Miss Aussie Thunder. literally looks like a bird. Yeah, wonderful.
10, clear the dash 8 taxi, Bravo 2. When you can, Bravo 2 to bay 10. 24, taxi now, taxi, hold short of velocity 14, 13, short of Charlie. Qantas 84, short of Golf. Qantas 124, runway 25 to the left, hold runway 34 left.
Get the 25, hold short runway 34 left.
Qantas 120, ground on 126.
And as we pan around, then we will have CX110. There you go. They were just waiting for their fellow country plane, Cathay Pacific, to come in. Of course, fellow airline plane, I should say, because if I say fellow country plane, it could also mean Hong Kong Airlines, but yeah, they were literally just waiting for their airline partner, another A350 from Cathay Pacific, come out there. But yeah, let us see. The engines are spooling up on CX110.
429, 825, you will be number 1 to the beach. 300 miles. Data, cross runway 2, hold short of Bravo 10.
Wow, that was wonderful. I liked it. Let us see whether we can spot those birds.
Say 10, push back through. Archers, morning. Morning. Okay, they went that way. Charlie.
JQ-48 from Seoul Incheon landed on runway 34 right.
B13, cross runway 25, hold short 10. Continue, right turn, Bravo, hold short of Bravo.
Okay, let us go to Melbourne to Sydney service. I think one of the first Melbourne to Sydney services that at least we are capturing out here on the stream. We have always said that Melbourne to Sydney service is the busiest out here in Australia, but we did not capture any of them until about now. That's 2 hours and 38 minutes into the stream. Wow.
Way to it, 787 on Lima. Lima, hold short of 34 left. 26 days, small 5 left, connect. Wait to just 78, Lima, hold short. Kelly 161, speed about 151. Just company cross runway 25, hold Bravo 4. 5, hold short, hold the back to 1. 9, taxi, hold short of runway 25. Killing 420, Delta, taxi to holding Bravo 10 for runway 34 left. Bravo 10, 34 left. 40, continue on to Lima, hold short of 34 left. And 126, decimal 5, connect.
Just our Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner.
509 across runway.
The wind is not picking up, and we are happy about that, because if it does pick up too much, then we will end up on runway 25 operations, but the possibility of it is next to none for today, considering the weather forecast. Unless something changes drastically, we don't expect runway 25 to be in use.
Golf, then Alpha, runway 25.
We do have QF 730 coming in from Adelaide on the Boeing 737.
G'day, taxi, hold short of Bravo 8. That's a Bravo 9.
But to everyone just joining us, good morning and welcome to Sydney Airport Aviation. This is Sheldon and we stream live from Sydney Airport almost every other weekend, which was not supposed to be today, but it is because it didn't rain at the correct time. Had it to rain a bit earlier, then yeah, definitely we wouldn't have been here, but we are glad. However, thank you very much. Appreciate each and every one of you joining us on our live stream this Sunday morning. This gloomy Sunday morning, actually, because it's not one of the best days in terms of weather. However, as long as it doesn't rain, I do believe most of you can be going around the city doing all of the things that you love doing. However, yeah, if you all would just love to sit home, rest, relax, switch on the TV, switch on your tablet or phone and just want to watch something and you'll decide to watch us, we just want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart. It means a lot to us.
Just a short delay there, I'll get you further. Okay, Delta, 121.7.
Contact now, 127.
Sorry, would you push back? Can you just ensure that the entrance to the Qantas West main...
Back up to cruise, there is traffic. Qantas 730, safe.
134 left and way short left.
Okay, left, right.
5, hold short of Charlie
Yeah.
at this stage.
Nice and small aircraft, Boeing 737. Usually they aren't referred to as small, but the fact that we see a lot of heavies all the while, we do find them a bit too small. But regardless, you know, they are the bread and butter for Boeing as well as a lot of airlines. Of course, Qantas uses a lot of Boeing 737s, and one is here on screen as we speak. Virgin Australia uses quite a lot of them, and in fact airlines across the world, they use quite a lot of those Boeing 737s. Talk about ANA, Japan Airlines, Southwest Airlines in the United States, tell me about it. You see them almost always with a 737. So yeah, there's quite a lot everywhere in the world. So that's the bread and butter. And you know, for domestic, you don't really use a heavy aircraft, right? We do see occasionally an A330 being used here and there, but those are on high demand routes, as well as at the same time when they are just acting as a feeder aircraft sort of thing.
G'day, velocity 14, ready.
Velocity 14.
G'day, Qantas 60.
Qantas 60 heavy sitting down.
As we look at this aircraft, we also see the Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner of Korean Air with its previous livery. We saw it arrive earlier today, and there you see it on screen. Yeah, we're just about to take off on that one to rotate, but that's okay, we didn't get that, but we do have Korean Air. This wonderful livery, nice colorful livery.
Thanks, you can contact ground on 12645, okay?
Airbus 330
Hotel Juliet, correct.
Vicinity 440, push back the bridge.
Number 3 Hotel Juliet. Give out the cafe moving on to bank 50, and then left on Yankee, hold short run. Right on Yankee, hold short runway 25.
We do have QF60 coming in from Tokyo Haneda. Let us capture the arrival. There you are, QF60 from Tokyo Haneda, Japan, on the A330-300.
Delta Rail 41, cross runway 34 left. Bravo 2 to Qantas West. The on the apron is pushed back slow. 30.
Emirates 3 Juliet on Yankee, cross.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sydney Airport Aviation. We are pleased to have you here on this Sunday morning. It's been a bit of 2 busy hours, almost 3 hours now. Yeah, we did have a lull as well. However, I think we are back to action. We have quite a lot of those aircraft coming in and departing as well. We have Virgin Australia 737 out there, followed by Korean Air KE402 to Seoul Incheon. Virgin Australia VA1413 that we see on screen, that's the Boeing 737-800 to Cairns. Yeah, let us see if we do get a rotation of that. We are just trying to get one of those lovely rotations. It's a bit difficult for us, but hopefully we should be able to get that. We do have Air New Zealand A321 that has come in with their black livery that we spotted with our naked eye, and we'll get a good view of it about a bit later after this takeoff is when we'll just start capturing it out for all of you.
I'm ready. And 407. Correct, 407. We'll push back to the approved. German Air. One heavy city tower. Colour 643. Bye. I'm just going to have to take you. Sorry, Connor. Sector in the long way. Straight ahead on Bravo. Bravo 1 and on Bravo.
And that is done. That's the black livery aircraft. You can just see the tail. We'll need it to come quite a bit towards us to get a good view of it. We've also captured the Boeing 777, if I'm not wrong, about 3 weeks ago off Air New Zealand with the black livery, and it looks absolutely brilliant.
We'll be giving way as they do the loop back in. Traffic's pushing off long like you are you on, so when able, taxi by to phase 33. You went Might have been 2-1 there, Jetstar 510, g'day. Cross runway 25, A57.
Yeah, and let us get ready for that heavy departure.
Number 1 to that.
Boeing 787-10 of Korean Air. Let us check the age of the aircraft. I think we've not really checked. April of 2024. Wow. So that does mean that since it's just 2 years and a month old, that does mean that we will be having this previous livery of Korean Air for quite some time. Pretty sure they aren't going to be going to the paint shop anytime soon to get the new livery out here on the 787-10. But that's good for us, you know. There's a lot of people who love this livery, also belovedly known as Pepsi livery. And I'm glad we will be able to see it for quite some time. And it's nothing is better than capturing that action live today for the future generations. And you know, we are capturing history in sort of those terms, at least in the livery terms. Whoa, Emirates. Emirates, and in the background we do see Air New Zealand's black livery out there. Let us get a glimpse of it. There you are. And let us go to Emirates EK412 service to Christchurch. We did mention earlier today that this is the aircraft we will see, and here you are. Hopefully we will get to see an early rotation of this aircraft. We did see it last week, and hopefully we get it today as well.
Hold short at 34 left. 126,
We'll just span around out there. Get some more action. MF801 from Xiamen on Xiamen Air.
The 820
Cross run 5, hold short of Sierra, connect.
Right, 01.
0101, full ground.
New Zealand 01, left round, cross runway 3, hold short Yankee.
Runway 2. Qantas 63, continue Bravo 4.
Back to the A380.
Hold short of Golf. Just 603, there'll just be a few minutes to do a couple of move behind you first. Property 16, so that's on Charlie, cross. Then Bravo 10, hold short of Sierra.
Juliet Super, Sydney Town, good morning, sir. Up the traffic now at 4 miles. 3 Hotel Juliet. 01, continue along the runway, correction, vacate, right at, yeah, and activate.
Your left, cross runway 25, hold short of runway 34. 10, hold short of runway 25. Jetstar 603, give way to a dash 8 outbound from Bay 8 shortly, then Bay 49, approved, and you disconnect number 4.
Hello, Bob. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening. I hope you're having a great evening on Saturday in lovely Scotland. Lovely and beautiful Scotland, I must say. How's everything, Bob? Glad to see you back, and I hope you're having a great weekend. I hope you're having a nice dry weekend, a nice sunny day. In fact, it's evening right now, but yeah, I do hope it was a nice sunny day. Out here in Sydney, we are just dealing with a confusion between the sun and the rain. It seems to be the sun has the will to come out, but the rain has the greater will because it keeps raining and then it stops for a while and then it starts again. You know, it's a rotation, and yeah, the cloud is playing a spoil sport, or perhaps maybe playing saving grace for all of us. But regardless, you know, that's how the weather is out here. I do hope, Bob, you're doing well. And thank you very much for joining us this late Saturday night out there in Scotland and joining us to watch our stream, our Sunday morning stream here in Sydney. Really appreciate it, Bob. Thank you. Thank you for joining us always. In fact, I would say that's how I must put it, you know, because it's always a pleasure to see you around. Let's get ready for that Emirates heavy departure. We should hopefully get the rotation nice and early.
Cross runway 25, hold short of Bravo. Holding short of Bravo 4.
Alrighty, EK412. Bob says, amazing, we've been warmer than you in Sydney. Yeah, in fact, Bob, really, really. But I'm happy for you, Bob. I'm happy. Please enjoy the lovely weather out there in Scotland at this time of the year. It can't get any better, I tell you. It really can't. But let us have a look at this one. EK412, Sydney to Christchurch service on Emirates A380. Oh yes, they never fail to amaze us, never ever. What a wonderful rotation that was. I tell you, Emirates never fails to amaze us with that rotation, especially to Christchurch. And I've always mentioned this, I've always mentioned with reasonable assumptions that Emirates service to Christchurch, the aircraft wouldn't be full. Secondly, they wouldn't be carrying as much fuel because Christchurch is not too far, just a hop out from here in Sydney, 3-hour journey, not far at all. And as well as, they wouldn't be that heavy with fuel. And considering the fact that an A380 is meant to carry the amount of people, let's say about 480, 490 odd, as well as the amount of fuel that it can carry, you can go from one country to another. I mean, one continent to another altogether, like let's say from Sydney to Dubai, quite a bit, right? 14 and a half hours. Dubai to JFK, New York JFK and stuff like that. So yeah, the A380 is built for long distance aircraft, for long distance journeys. And yeah, that's one of the reasons they are quite light. Oh yes, there was quite a bit of fluff, mates. There was quite a bit of fluff, Bob. We did have quite a bit of that on the stream earlier today. I do hope we get to see a bit more of it, not too sure, but let us see. If we are lucky enough, we should be getting some.
Cross runway 25 when you can, 18.
Well, let's capture that takeoff roll and into the sky. QF643 Sydney to Perth on the A321. That's going to be another great takeoff roll. Hopefully we get to see the rotation nice and early. That's the second A321 delivered to Qantas, registered as VHOGB. Let us check precisely how old the aircraft is. It says brand new from July of 2025. Yeah, not at all old. It's like 10 months old.
1643 at the full length, runway 34 left. Pulling 1 up 34 left, Qantas 43.
Yep, that was a wonderful takeoff, and we will go back to the A321. Should get the nice rotation. Hopefully. Mind you, it's a long journey, not as long as Sydney to Christchurch at least, which we saw on Emirates. This one's literally going to be a little over 4.5 hours long. And I would reasonably assume that the aircraft is full. I would reasonably assume. I could totally be off on that one though.
take up party.
Chilling 203 Delta, connect departure.
Simulating, yeah, 203 Delta.
Alrighty, let's get ready. You can hear the engines pulling up already. I'll be quiet, let us listen to the engine roar.
15 0, ground, good day, base 3, push back fruit.
Yep. Lucky to get that rotation as well. We just spoke about it and we are pretty lucky to get that one. Where is NH879, All Nippon Airways? We always call that aircraft the love of our life because that aircraft usually closes the morning departure session, and we usually end our live stream with that aircraft. However, we do believe that we've got lesser aircraft than what we usually do, especially in terms of domestic aircraft, I would say. With the international carriers, I do see quite a lot of them arrived, and they are the ones that usually arrive. So I don't really think we missed out on any, unless I have totally forgotten about it. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. But apart from that, I think we do have quite a lot of those regular aircraft anyway. But yeah, let us see what more we can get. NH879 should be arriving in about 3 minutes from now. Let us check the age of the aircraft of All Nippon Airways that's arriving. August of 2016, 9 years old. Alrighty, fairly new, I would say, because still not past the half-time mark of about 12 and a half years, because as you all know, usually most of the international big long-haul aircrafts that do these long-haul journeys, they are kept in service for about 25 years and slightly lesser than that, I would say. But yeah, NH879, I do believe it's maintained quite well, considering it's the Japanese obsession with cleanliness, with getting everything nice and comfortable for people. So I do believe they would be reasonably well kept. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that other airlines do not keep their aircraft well maintained. We've seen Cathay Pacific's Boeing 777s about 17 years old. We have seen Qantas A330 about 19 years old, and they are doing absolutely wonderful. So, it's all about maintenance. It's all about refurbishments where it's needed. And, you can really make things work well. Unlike a car, a plane doesn't really go through crazy type of pilots, right? Or maybe drivers, you would say. It's so structured and everything goes according to plan, or you've got to follow that plan. You've got to follow that structure. That is how I would actually want to put it. Yeah, so with someone buying a car, a used car on the used car market, it's always a thing. But with a plane, it's totally different, right? Because pilots are trained in a certain way. They've got to follow those rules. So yeah, I would say no doubt, the 16, 17-year-old planes just look as good as new. The only thing is, because we know their age, that's the thing. But to give them a fresh coat of paint, you get them refurbished and everything looks just as good. All Nippon Airways. Woohoo! So it made so much noise and now completely silent, but lovely. Welcome to Sydney, to everyone joining us from Japan. Oh, look at what Bob says. Bob says, I've heard British Airways aren't that clean, unfortunately. Wow. That's a bit of a surprise to me, Bob, because I would have expected British Airways to not really have that sort of a thing. I mean, considering the fact that you do feel that they are as such, that does mean that quite a lot of other people would have already felt it or noticed it too. And yeah, that's a bit of news to me, because I would expect British Airways to be one of the top operators out there in the continent of Europe. Of course, British, the UK is out, the Brexit and all. That's a different story, But in the continent of Europe, I would have expected British Airways to be one of the top players out there, considering they do have quite a lot of rivals, right? Lufthansa, I mean, you talk about them and then you know how strong they are. So, yeah, I don't really know why British Airways would not really be known for cleanliness as such, but that's a surprise. Thanks for sharing with us, Bob. But I really hope that they could improve, because we all know it's like the entirety of the world. Out here in Sydney, we don't even see Lufthansa flying to us, right? But we do know how strong Lufthansa is, always getting about something or the other, trying to try out their new routes, and then that industrial action with the staff a couple of years ago, and then all of those things. Yeah, it's quite a surprise to me that they would not really care, especially when you have rivals like Lufthansa, or even Air France for that matter. Air France doesn't get the credit as much as they should be. But Air France, another crazy busy carrier, and one of those ones that have quite a lot of long haul journeys to the United States, to Asia, to India. So yeah, they fly to pretty dense markets, and I would really believe that with having all of that competition, British Airways should have been better in terms of cleanliness, because cleanliness is one thing that you can have total control over, right? You can have control over that. For catering, I do understand there's quite a lot of people who do complain about catering on a certain airline. Like I would say I've been guilty of that as well. Out of Sydney, sometimes the food on Emirates flights will be super wonderful, super wonderful. You'll be like, I'm never even having a restaurant dish or something like that. So it's that good. But sometimes it's really disappointing on Emirates. And then I get to know the reason why this would have happened is because they changed caterers around the time when I, traveled on those two different aircraft out of Sydney. But likewise, the same thing. If you see Emirates flights out of Singapore to Dubai, they'll be having really good food, as well as Singapore Airlines flight out of Mumbai in India and out of Dubai in United Arab Emirates. They have really good food. But talk about food from maybe another country, and it could be a bit dicey. But having said that, it's not that I'm blaming any airline or something, but what I'm trying to say is you don't have total complete control over catering. You don't have total control on things like that. But with cleanliness, I do believe British Airways could have had a better control if that is all about the ground cleaning and all. But if it's something more related to, let's say, stains on a seat, you can't be taking out seat covers after each and every flight. So I do believe that would be even much more greater control that British Airways could have had. I don't know why they would not exercise that control. I don't know why they would not look at it, considering the fact that Lufthansa is just waiting for that market share to be taken over. So yeah, that does bring a bit of a thinking to myself. I do hope we get to know more about it. But thanks for sharing with us, Bob. Really appreciate it. Oh, Bob says, everyone thinks as it's British Airways will be classy, but apparently they've cut a lot of corners. I tell you, Bob, even I have been quite guilty of it as such, because the thing is, I would always think British Airways is so. In fact, the first aircraft that we captured today on our stream, we actually started streaming even before the curfew ended. Now, at Sydney Airport, we do have a curfew from 11 p.m. in the night to 6 a.m. in the morning. However, there are a few curfew exceptions where a few aircraft can land over the water that we did see, and you know, even right now it's the same thing, runway 34 landing from off the bay. So Qantas usually arrives as QF2 from Singapore Changi. And then we had British Airways. So the first aircraft we did capture before even the curfew ended was British Airways BA-15 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. And I tell you, Bob, I always thought the same, just like you mentioned, that they would be nice and classy and things like that. But it's quite a big news to me, and hopefully they will look at it. Or unless they do feel that they don't really need to worry so much about the cleanliness aspect of their aircraft. I really don't know what's in their mind, but yeah, the thing is, you know, in Australia, I can understand there's not much competition with other airlines, but then in Europe, you talk about the market share. You don't really need to fly to London Heathrow to get to other places across in Europe, right? Like, let's say you take a flight to Lufthansa to Frankfurt or Munich. You can always be connecting from there on another Lufthansa flight. So, yeah, I do think the easiest way to not lose customers is just maintain your hard product as such, the way it is. And yeah, take it from there. But thank you very much. Really good to know all of that. I don't think I've ever heard much about British Airways, but you know, for the very fact that we don't really have much people traveling on British Airways here in Australia, for the fact that British Airways just uses a fifth freedom flight from Sydney to Singapore and then onwards to, you know, London Heathrow. So yeah, maybe most likely if I do fly to Europe and, you know, have a chat with people, that's when we will get to know more. But yeah, thank you very much. That gives us a good insight of what to expect if in case we ever travel on British Airways. I personally have never really traveled on British Airways ever in my life, but yeah, that does, you know, pre-position us for a bit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world. It is 56 minutes past 8 on Sunday, 24th May 2026. We are here at Sydney Airport on one of those crazy days where we don't know whether it's going to be raining, it's going to be nice and sunny, or it's going to be cloudy, because the weather app does not even tell us the correct thing. Alright, MU 561, China Eastern, coming in on the A350-900. A little over a month ago, we did capture the vibrant bay livery of China Eastern Airlines, and we haven't seen it since, but hopefully we do get another look at it later.
24, 5 Alpha, push approved.
Oh yes, Bob, that is correct. That is correct. British Airways does operate the A380. I have never really been even lucky to spot an A380 of British Airways anywhere in the world. You know, been to Japan. I don't think they fly to Japan. I was hoping that I would be able to see it in New York, but I do believe that New York JFK does not have any A380 operators as such. But however, at Los Angeles as well, I was not able to spot it. I'm not too sure whether British Airways does fly the A380 to Los Angeles. If they do, it could probably be that I was just out there the wrong time. But you know, for memory's sake, for nostalgia's sake, I would love to have a look at A380 of British Airways someday, you know, in real life. In real life, it's a totally different thing. So yeah, hopefully I can actually manage to do it. Let us see. But do you have any idea if British Airways will continue using their A380s in the foreseeable future? You know, we always keep listening to stories and news about different aircraft, different airlines wanting to retire their A380s. So do you have any idea about that one? Hey Louis, hello, welcome Louis, how are you doing? Louis says, my mom is on Qantas Sydney to Mildura today. Can you film QLK 403 for me please? Sure Louis, we'll do that. What time is 403 departing from Sydney? Do you have any idea whatsoever? Like what time is that? Or maybe let us just search it up. QLK 403, you said. Alrighty. Scheduled departure 8:55. Wow. Transponders are on. Where is it? Alrighty. QLK 403 just around there at the terminal. Yeah, we should get that one. We should get that one, Lewis. Thank you very much for letting us know. Let us see how much of it we can capture. Hopefully they do turn about here and get it on runway 34L. If not, even from runway 16 should be totally fine. However, we'll be getting quite a small image of it. But, you know, we will do whatever we can for you, Lewis. Hey Lena, welcome to the stream. Lena, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're doing well. And thank you, Lena. I did see you the other day on Sid Squad live stream as well. It was wonderful to see everyone out there, and I'm glad, you know, so many of us out there from Sid Squad also join us on this channel. So really appreciate it. That includes myself as well, you know. So yeah, thank you, Lena, for joining us. Really appreciate it, and wishing you a very good morning. Hope you're having a great time, Lena, and a great start to this Sunday, which is a bit gloomy and cloudy and sunny and everything. And yeah, if there's one word that we have to describe this weather, it has to be annoying, I would say. But regardless, you know, as long as it doesn't rain, we'll continue streaming. However, thank you very much, Lena, for joining us. Yeah, Lena does say to Bob that they always secretly hoping they come to Sydney on BA 15, 16. Imagine if. Yeah, it would be lovely, Lena. I mean, if we would only ever see flight radar saying BA 15 is an A380. Can you imagine the madness that's going to happen out here in Sydney? I'm pretty sure people would not mind waking up that early in the morning, come here at about 5:10, 5:15 odd, just to see BA 15 arrive here. That would be lovely. I would really love to see it, and I would do anything to have a look at the A380 of British Airways. Bob says, I don't know where BA A380s go to, something I must check out. Maybe they do go to Sydney. No, sadly, Bob, they do not. They just use the not the A380. They use the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliners to Sydney, and it's not a direct flight. They do fly from London Heathrow to Singapore Changi International, and then from Singapore Changi they come out here to Sydney as a fifth Freedom flight. Yep, I totally agree with Lena that Lena says that the demand is there. Yeah, that is so true. Wow, so Bob's already got the information for us out here. Bob says the flight to Los Angeles, Miami, San Francisco, and Johannesburg. Woohoo! Wow, okay, so then I think I would just say that I was not at the correct time at Los Angeles when I was there, because I did spot Korean Air A380 when I was spotting from Westchester Point, which is, you know, outside In-N-Out Burger. That place is called Westchester Point. You know, In-N-Out Burger, the place next to runway 24 right on at Los Angeles, is very well known for that very same thing. And yeah, sadly, I think I would have not made it at the right time, because during the course of those 3 to 4 days that I was in Los Angeles, I would have gone every morning and every evening, but I do believe, you know, I may have just missed out by a few minutes here and there or something that way. But yeah, good to know. Thank you very much. Hopefully the next time we are in the United States, we would get to see a nice British Airways A380, and hopefully we can live stream from there. Like we did mention earlier, that we would be planning to travel to San Francisco and Los Angeles just for the very fact that we want to get, you know, the aircraft action out there. But let's see, fingers crossed. It's not going to be so soon. Hopefully by end of the year, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, let us see how everything works out.
Data, hold short of runway 25.
Hey Renault, hey. Renault says Malaysian Airlines is making a comeback with its A350 offering, but they are getting pricey with demand rising for Asian connections. Would love to try their A350. I tell you, mates, that is true actually. With the with the connections out in Asia, you have quite a lot of choices, but they are filling up fast. They literally fill up quite fast. It is one thing for us, to get get it right, actually, I would say, because with so many of the aircraft out there, it can be a bit of a congestion point for airports as such. But like you said, I totally agree with you. We do need to be having that correct pricing. Yeah, with the A350, they do know people would love it for whatever reason, being so comfortable and all that. But yeah, that's how it is, and hopefully we can get some action.
143. You're number 1 to Jetstar, but follow the 8 and continue by the Bravo 10, hold short of 01, g'day on Golf, cross 34 left in Charlie, hold short of runway 25. Star 119, Charlie, cross runway 25, then 10, hold short of 0. Give way to that Jetstar on to 49, then hold short of runway 5. 03 Delta, when you can, hold short runway 25.
Alright, EQLK 403 has just pushed back and they're making their way. So we should be getting some good action from them too. Let's capture Lewis's mum traveling to Mildura on QLK 403. It would be nice to say a nice safe journey wish to Lewis's mum. Let us see, it's going to take a while before that aircraft does come out about here. So yeah. Yes, Lewis, we do see your mom's plane out there and we are excited to say hi to your mom. Hopefully your mom would be able to see us from the window. But I do believe, we are quite far from the runways. We may literally look like a small dot out here. But yeah, we do wish your mom a very happy and safe journey, and we hope she arrives as fresh as a flower out there in Mildura. Hopefully it's going to be a very nice and smooth journey and a nice and quiet one, and hopefully your mom doesn't have one of those passengers who keeps yapping all the time and creates a nuisance. Yeah, we just wish your mom those very nice and peaceful co-passengers, and that is what we all deserve, right? That is what we all want. So yeah, wishing your mom the best that she can get on this journey.
17, Sydney ground, taxi Alpha, and then left, runway 25, hold short of Sunday 5.
That's the Menduji livery. We spotted it yesterday on our filming day from Shep's Mound. Today we spotted it arriving, and yeah, they've turned around quite fast. QLK 403 just about to cross runway 25 and should be around this side. Hopefully they can turn and give us a departure out here on runway 34L, considering runway 34L is empty. There's nothing out here happening at all. Yeah, let us see. We are spotting it as we speak. Hey, Lewis, which side of the plane is your mom seated on? Which side? Do you know her seat and designation? Whether it's A, B, C, D, what exactly? Or is it like an open seating plan? What exactly would your mom have chosen? Do you have any idea whatsoever? I'm just asking. I mean, if you don't know, that's totally fine, because yeah, if your mom's seated on the right side of the plane as the aircraft does taxi in front of us, that means we look at that side of the plane. However, if your mom is seated on the left side of the plane, we won't be able to see it as it taxis, but as the plane just is on its takeoff roll and does go into the sky as it lifts off, we will be able to see it. So, that's the thing. Yeah, so don't stress too much, but we should be good. Right, that's Sydney to Melbourne service that we see on screen right now. Alrighty, we are just getting ready to capture Lewis's mom. Whoa, look at who's messaged us here. Aviation with Matt. Best way to start the day with this awesome live stream. Thank you very much, mates. We didn't really know we were that awesome, but yeah, thank you very much for saying. Thanks for your kind words. Thank you. Yeah, we are trying to improve every single day, every single stream, but thank you very much. And there we see QLK 403 with Lewis's mom inside. Hello, Lewis's mom. Hello. I hope she's watching us from inside the plane on her phone, and yeah, I mean, if she's allowed to watch us, yeah, that is all a joke. But we do wish Lewis's mom a very happy and safe travel. No problem, Lewis. No problem if you don't know. That's all okay. But yeah, please let your mom know that we captured her departing. Maybe you can screenshot and send it to her as she arrives. We do hope she arrives as fresh as a wonderful flower in the morning, nice and bright. Yeah. And thank you very much, Matt. Really happy to see you once again on the stream. It's been a crazy few busy days for us, especially with the weather and things like that. But thank you very much for joining us. Not many special liveries as such. We are awaiting the departure of Asiana Airlines OZ602. That's the Star Alliance livery, and hopefully we do get to see a good look at it. Oh yes, Lewis, that's your mom's plane. It's wonderful. We just have arrival. We'll capture that touchdown and a bit of the thrust reversers, and then we'll get back to Lewis's mom's plane. One good news for you, Lewis, is that the plane does look to want to come out this side, so they'll be taking off from runway 34L, and that will be one good thing. Yeah, we won't be able to see the full takeoff roll because I do believe that they will let it start its takeoff roll from right out here. They wouldn't be going to the edge of the runway, 34L threshold, because if they do, that would be way too much, right? They don't really need it considering it's a light aircraft. But yeah, we are glad that we can capture this. Hey James, welcome to the stream, James. How are you? Oh yes, James, yesterday we were at Shep's Mound because it was just our filming day as such. But today, yes, even this morning we thought we were just cancelling the stream, but we just thought we would. Alrighty, happy journey to Lewis's mom. Happy journey. We've seen both sides of the plane, which means we've actually seen Lewis's mom out there seated inside. Yeah. Happy journey, take care of yourself, have a safe flight, and we wish you the best, as well as we wish you the best in terms of co-passengers. Hopefully not those annoying passengers, and maybe one of those nice peaceful passengers, so that Lewis is happy, as well as Lewis's mom is going to be happy. So yeah, Lewis, that was it. Like I said, the full takeoff roll is something that we wouldn't able to get because, they start off that takeoff roll about halfway through runway 34. But I'm glad we could capture your mom's departure on that flight. Oh yes, coming back to you, James. Yes. Yesterday we were not on because of the weather, and we just thought we'll make it a filming day for us. And we did, start filming quite a lot. There was Harry Potter livery that we did capture as it arrived in the morning, but in the morning we don't have as much daylight considering it's almost winter time as such. However, it was about 11:30 odd and it started raining, and then we just had to make a move. Sadly, we wanted to stay up to like about 12 p.m. because that is when the morning peak departure action ends, and we didn't have quite many aircraft at that time to depart. We did have All Nippon Airways to Tokyo Haneda and in New Zealand, as well as the Harry Potter livery of LATAM Airlines. But yeah, sadly it started raining and then we couldn't be bothered. We left for home, And then the worst is this morning. This morning we started driving, started raining heavily, and then it stopped. And then we go to Macca's to have our breakfast, and it starts raining heavily again. At that stage, we were so annoyed that we thought, okay, fine, we aren't doing the stream today. You know, we're just going to go back home. And yeah, that is what we thought. But then we just said that, okay, cool, let us just go out here to this very place and have a look. And we came here, and it seemed to have cleared off once again, and that's the reason we set up. So yeah, the weather has been really playing quite a bit with us, and sadly we couldn't even stream during one of the weeknights that we usually planned to do. And I do believe that we were not able to stream for this whole week as well, considering the fact that the weather app shows us it's going to be raining up to like 90-95%. So it's going to be a struggle, I would say. But let us see. Hopefully next weekend is when we do have a clear day, and we would love to, you know, stream during that time. But thanks so much, James, for saying so. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you looking out for our streams. And yeah. But what we do have is we filmed quite a lot yesterday on our filming day from Shep's Mound, and we will be posting those videos in the coming days. Yeah, we are still using videos from the previous month because, as you know, we filmed quite a bit and we have a stock as such, so that, you know, we don't run out of entertainment for all of you, and hopefully, you know, you'll like that. But the videos from yesterday will be coming out shortly, you know, because we are a high volume channel as such. We do post quite a lot of videos, multiple videos a day, so that's how it is. All right, Louis says, thanks for filming Mom's plane. No worries, Louis. I'm really happy that you requested us to do so. You know, it's always nice when you request us to do so. In fact, we've had the first officer from Cathay Pacific who flew CX111 about 3 weeks ago request us to film them arriving in the future. So yeah, currently I think they are in the United States, but yeah, the next time they do arrive, we will be filming. So, you know, we do accept all of those requests. So yeah, Louis, in fact, I should be grateful to you. Thank you, Louis, for letting us do that for your mom. You know, it's really good. It's really something very special that, you know, you can see your mom departing on the plane while seated at home, and, you know, things like that. It feels a bit more closer. So yeah, thank you very much, Louis. I really appreciate it. And in fact, Louis, thank you very much for joining us on our stream as well. You know, like I always say, we aren't the best out here, but we try to do whatever we can as such. So thank you. Ooh, there's the takeoff out there.
Continue on the runway, expect take 1, take 50.
Alrighty, getting a One World livery. We did see the One World livery come in earlier today. Whoa, look at the departure action. Another one, Malaysia Airlines A330-900. Looks nice and beautiful. Hey Matt, no, I haven't. Were you able to? I have not seen it. I would love to though. I would love to see that version. That would be wonderful. You know, great to have it as an addition, great to have that as a record on the channel. And yeah, I do believe everyone would want to have a look at it. But yeah, sadly, I haven't.
Short runway 25.
Hopefully the next time I would be a bit lucky enough.
North Alpha 3 to push back, please. Right, 250, wind ready. 120.45. 120.45 power mission. Okay.
All right, I did want to share with all of you that last week, I think mid of last week, we did get to know that Asiana Airlines is going to be merging with Korean Air. We all knew that anyway, but you know, the very fact that Asiana Airlines will no longer be known as Asiana Airlines from the 17th of December, if I'm not mistaken, is something that did come to us as a surprise. I mean, we all knew it's going to happen. I think it's just that we were not ready. You know, we are so attached to the airlines we see day in and day out. That is something, and hopefully we can travel on the A380 of Asiana Airlines this summer. Let us see how those things work out towards end of the day. Oh, okay, Matt. So yeah, I think we both will be looking forward to that one then. Alrighty, if they got to Brisbane, yeah, let us see if they do come to Sydney. Hopefully we can capture it during the later half of the day. If we are lucky enough, you know, we haven't been getting quite a lot of those liveries anyway. If you may have noticed, Matt, last week we were supposed to get, I think, one of the liveries on Delta, and Delta happened to cancel its aircraft from Los Angeles, its service from Los Angeles, I should say. So yeah, I think we haven't been quite lucky as such, but yeah, I haven't been lucky at all in terms of getting all of those planes actually. But yeah, let us hope for the best, fingers crossed. And I do hope you're able to get one too, Matt. Wishing you luck. Alrighty, Qantas out there. Qantas QF67, Sydney to Bengaluru service. How many times have you all heard me say that the One World livery is almost always used for the service to Bengaluru, India? It is crazy how many times I've repeated myself, and here you are yet again with the One World livery.
Qantas 142, the traffic company looks like a TVT 55. That must be it.
Whoa. Apologies from that. We did, a hand did slip out of the tripod thing. I was like, oh no, come on. But yeah, that's okay. We do have that departure action there. JL52 following Malaysia Airlines, JL52 to Tokyo Haneda on the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Wow, finally it's nice and sunny. We do have Cebu Pacific on the other side. They landed on runway 34R, sorry. Yeah, quite happy to see Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines. As you all know, they don't really come in every single day now. With the Middle East conflict and the fuel crisis out there in Philippines, we can just wish them the best, and hopefully they do start their regular services to Sydney. Whoa, yeah, we do see China Southern out there.
traffic under toe on your left. Hold short of runway 25.
We've had quite a lot of international arrivals that side today. Yeah, we missed out on quite a bit. Cebu Pacific looks nice and beautiful.
Hold short.
Malaysian 2, runway 34 left, please take.
Well, let's go take off Malaysian 250.
602, give way to the speed, showing on phase 61. That's 69, push approved.
Left on course with UE 3. I got 602.
All right, that's lovely. Let us capture the departure of Malaysia Airlines MH250 Sydney to Kuala Lumpur. So 2 A330s are going to be in frame shortly. A330-900 to be more precise. Very rarely you end up seeing something like that, different airlines with the same variant of the plane. So there you are, there you are.
Southern 35, good morning. Hold short of taxiway 3412, number to the A350 on Lima, short of 34 left, contact ground, 126.45.
On Lima, hold short of
GA712 from Jakarta, A330-300.
5511, number 1.
No retro livery, no nothing today. Last week we did capture the retro livery of Garuda Indonesia, so that was another good thing.
733, number 2 to Virgin, short of runway 25. 55, g'day, 39, push approved, you disconnect 1. Well, that's taxi on flight out 6. Runway 34 left.
runway 34 left, now hold 34 left.
Oh yes, Tufa. Lena, yes indeed, indeed. That is true. So true.
Contact ground 126.1.
126, that's also 712.
Short of runway 34 left.
Okay, then let us pan around once again. Japan Airlines JL52 Tokyo Haneda service from Sydney, and this very aircraft arrived on runway 34 right in the morning, and that is the reason we couldn't get a good view of it at all. Of course, you know, they do arrive when it's quite dark, even before sunrise. That's another issue actually, but yeah, won't be too long. By mid of September is when we'll get the nice bright sunlight in the morning, early morning, and that will really be helpful for all of us. Japan Airlines Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. I believe today Japan Airlines has been slightly delayed, considering the fact that usually Japan Airlines and ANA, when ANA does arrive from Tokyo Haneda, they're usually about like taxiing either side of the runway. But yeah, today that's not the thing, but that's okay. China Southern from Guangzhou.
Contact departures.
Oh, Runway Sydney Airport says they'll be streaming about 1. Yep, cool. Good luck with that, mates.
Short of Bravo 10, there'll just be a minute of
Have a wonderful time and yeah, enjoy. Alrighty, we need to pan around. What a wonderful car, left-hand drive.
Number 1 quarter. Yeah. It might be a minute or so before they move, but when you can, give way to that bird.
China Southern A350 looking nice and beautiful out there. I only wish it was the National Games, 15th National Games livery. Only ever spotted it once in my life, and hopefully we do get to spot it again. That's very nice, mate. That's very nice, Runway Sydney Airport. Congrats on that. Like I mentioned to you the other day as well, if you know, subscribers is what you're looking for, then yeah, really go for it, and that's very nice. Hopefully you're having a great time, and yeah, wishing you luck, mates. Wishing you luck. Alrighty, it looks like China Southern will be crossing the active runway to taxi to Terminal 1. That would be nice. Yeah, because we'll get a much better and nicer look at it. So that's going to be beautiful.
3 on Golf, hold runway 34, contact ground at 121, Golf, hold short 34, left 21, operated.
Hello, Sita.
Yeah. As it gets closer, it looks much more better. So really happy to have a look at this one. In fact, even the A330-300 of China Southern Airlines looks very beautiful. You know, it usually comes in from Shenzhen, and that is wonderful too. So yes, they've crossed the active runway. And Sydney Airport being the busiest out here in Australia, you can see Virgin Australia has already begun its takeoff roll. You know, they just can't be wasting time, because then we do have another aircraft on finals out there. So yeah, efficiency is the name of the game out here in Sydney.
Behind you, then 57, and probably start is
Wow, that was nice. Yeah, I think we'll capture the arriving aircraft to get some nice touchdown shots. DL41 Los Angeles to Sydney.
Close 121, and then take top shot and hold shot runway.
And what they told you, is check what I've got. Delta and Golf to the bay.
Oh yeah, there you go. Smoke the wheels. Just a tiny bit, not much. But who's complaining? No one.
Just 814, hold short of the 25, just a short of the road. Contact ground 126. 127 out to your right. 3, no delay please. Golf, cross runway 34.
Easy. That was wonderful to capture the A350, and here we are. China Southern should make its way soon after Delta does cross the taxiway onto their way to Terminal 1, I would say.
41 left, I'm doing Yankee hold short runway 25.
Alrighty, just about time. I think we have few more minutes before we do get the A380 of Singapore Airlines. If they are on time, because I do recollect 2 weeks ago they were quite late and they arrived somewhere about 1:40 p.m. They did depart quite late, so maybe a technical issue out there or something would have happened. But you know, safety is the first priority, so even if you're delayed, that's totally fine as long as safety is maintained.
181 on Bravo, hold short of Foxtrot. Common 3 on Charlie, cross 25, then left, Bravo 10, hold short of Sierra. Common 3 feet, and on to Bravo 10, towers 1247. So yeah, Qantas 121, Bravo 4 Charlie, hold short of runway 25. 676, there is company pushed off bay 57.
There you go, let's get ready for the next arrival. Wow, busy.
53.
Busy. VA 819 coming in from Melbourne, Virgin Australia.
Bar brake velocity 181, continue. Bravo 4 Charlie, hold short of runway 2. White one to cross ahead.
Reverse that white one, please.
To taxi, hold short runway 25. Contact 20. Lima cross runway 3 for left. Holding plan. Runway 3 for left. On Lima cross 3 for left. 3 for left. Agent 602 cross 25 and hold short of Lima.
Hold short of Lima.
To taxi and cross runway 25.
Right, QF 733 Sydney to Adelaide service. Not long before they start their departure roll.
161, g'day 83. Pushback approved. On runway 37, hold short again. Alright, left on the right. Number 1 to company traffic on your right. Cross runway 25 and then 10, hold short of Sierra. And Canada 34 Bay, push through. Taxi, hold short of runway 25. Give way to company 7. That's the one that's just about to turn bound on Golf.
We do have Qantas's Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner looking nice and beautiful.
31 Tower 124 decimal 7 on. Right on in, Julia, hold short of Alpha. Short of runway 25, just information that 78 will be turning on.
And let us look at the Star Alliance livery of Asiana Airlines. That is going to be super beautiful. We did not get a very good view of it this morning because it did arrive on runway 34, right?
Clear traffic, contact Alpha 6, Airbus 630.
There's also MH123 coming in from Kuala Lumpur on Malaysia Airlines, but we will have a look at this one today. Considering the fact we didn't get to focus much time in the morning, so we'll look at OZ602, Asiana Airlines.
Okay, that's understood. Just cancel the push back when he arrives. Just 762 to runway 25. Check the 515 cross runway. I control the Sierra today.
Yep, just making way for VA355 Sydney to Perth service.
Then left on to hotel. Left on hotel. You taxi Alpha. When are you contact now? 3845. 0.5
5 knots from metric left.
Left to left.
Sydney Town, good morning. Report ready.
Now ready, I just think
Roger.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, watching us from everywhere in the world. Really appreciate you joining us, and I hope you all enjoy. If this is your first time on this stream, on this channel, I hope you enjoy the stream, and if you do, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We usually stream about every other weekend, which was not supposed to be today because today was supposed to be a mix of a rainy weekend. But yeah, luckily enough, we didn't take the decision way too early, and we are glad we are able to stream and bring this action to you all. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and really appreciate it. Alrighty, United. Even United is not the one we got to have a good look this morning, but I'm glad we can actually at this stage.
25 and Bravo 2. Sierra, the one on plane 12 should take to via Charlie to base. Plus 762, ground 1, state 45, good day. Ground 1.
Yeah, nice and quiet arrival. Not much of that sound of the thrust reversers, maybe just using as much as is required because they wouldn't be as heavy, and at the same time, you know, they have quite a bit of the runway that they can use, as well as, you know, their exit point from the runway is slightly bit ahead, so they are maximizing the use of the momentum that they do have. Yeah, you see out here from here, they'll just be turning off right. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, let us get ready for the departure of Aviation Airlines OZ 602. We do have QOF 3 to Auckland.
G'day, just a short delay. Cross runway 25 and hold short Bravo 4.
Right, let's get ready for the next departure, Boeing 777-200 of Asiana Airlines. And that's the Star Alliance livery. Thank you very much for coming, and we are glad we could capture this one for all of you.
Continue now, Bravo 2 to basic. Just 7418, taxi, quarter runway 25. Class 922, good day to you, bay 11, push back the route.
United 842, line up. Line up.
From bay 4, push back the route.
Yes, some crazy action out there. It's suddenly gotten a bit too busy. We thought it wasn't as busy. As you know, we did speak about it earlier today as well, but yeah, it does seem to have gotten a bit busier now.
Plus 161, obstruction, come, turning at Bravo 2. And then taxi on Bravo, hold short of Bravo 4.
Yeah, there you go, United. United has begun its takeoff roll. Woohoo! Sydney to Los Angeles service. Nice and clean takeoff roll, and the rotation will, obviously take place just a little behind us. So that is something we don't really always get to see, especially with this long haul aircraft with such long journey times. You know, they are quite full with passengers, with fuel, cargo. So that's something we don't usually get to see. Righty, we have another one out here, Boeing 777-200, Air Canada, AC-34 to Vancouver.
Ready, contact down, 120. Runway company taxiing off on and taking taxi Golf 2 to 63. Golf 2, 3D high in the company, climb 1, 2.
22 taxi optional Bravo.
Time for 36, base 37.
Alrighty, let us just get the arrival out there. Do believe it is Thai Airways TG471 from Bangkok. It's going to be nice to see Thai Airways A350 landing. Hopefully we get some nice smoking off the wheels. Woohoo! Star Alliance livery. Woohoo! Yeah, that was lovely. Yeah, of course, this is the one that we already knew because as we checked late last night, this aircraft was already assigned to Sydney for the Sydney service.
Do the 777 on base 30. Gonna do an engine run.
Two contact ground, 127 decimal.
Okay, I've got you. 1, 2, 6, 7, 1, 5, 4, 71, ready?
Yeah, 23, send me calculate. Just tip 62, 3 for left, take.
Yeah, confidence on left of the back. Golf course up 3 from left. Transport to on Sydney ground, Mound for taxi left on to runway 5, hold short looking. Transport to on A330-200 to push runway below.
Ooh, that was nice. Nice and high up there. It's always good to see them rotating a bit early and then going quite high up. That really makes quite a lot of sense to us. Alrighty, Air Canada just waiting for the arriving aircraft before they make their way to Vancouver. Another Melbourne to Sydney service on Virgin Australia. Quite a lot of them, like I keep mentioning all the time. Okay, Air Canada getting ready and lining up on runway 34 left.
Runway approach runway 34 left. Tire 458, push to allow another aircraft.
Corner 578 ready.
Quarter 578, 70 car.
Plus 170 on 10, contact tower 124,
Alrighty, the takeoff roll has now begun. The Boeing 777-200 LR.
0 degrees 3 knots, remain.
We had the 777-200 ER of Asiana Airline just depart, and this is the true 777-200 LR, not the ER. Air Canada service to Vancouver. Right, the birds are sleepy, I believe. Or maybe they're just tired.
Canada 34, contact departure.
Yeah, but let us pan around. We do have quite a lot of action coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do see the departure of Qantas's Boeing 737, but if we pan to the right, there is where the excitement is. Another Airbus A380 arriving out here. That is SQ231, Singapore to Sydney service. This very same aircraft will depart as SQ222 at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. However, this morning we had SQ221 that arrived, which was an A380 service, and that will be departing in little over an hour from now to Singapore Changi.
76, okay, then push now back to, yeah, and here's how long you might be.
Yeah, nice and smooth landing, smoked the wheels a bit. And they kept the nose up for quite some time. Now here you are. That was a beautiful landing. That's the last A380 that we saw landing out here for today, I believe. At least on the stream. That is how I should be putting it, on the stream, because we do have a bit of those A380s coming in later on in the day, towards early evening, I would say. QFs 578, Sydney to Hamilton Island.
The cars, which engine are you looking to start? Not yet, the car's on their way. They're asking which engine. Is it the number one? Yep, stand by. Still need to get clear. Car 9, number reports when they're ready.
Again, I think this is the second lull of Sydney Airport, and yeah, rightly so, because it's almost 10 o'clock, and usually around this time is when we have those departures and arrivals slowing down a bit. Again, when we are in summertime, it is about 11 o'clock, and that speaks for itself, because right now it's almost 10. So yeah, fair enough to get to this one. We consider it a small break for us. I'll put it that way.
Taxi Golf and puncture on my 25.
Alrighty, QF92 Sydney to Cairns service on Qantas's Boeing 737-800. Hey Richard, welcome. Welcome Richard. How are you doing, Richard? Thank you very much for joining us yet again. I hope you've had a great Saturday, full of Saturday, I would say. And now that it's late Saturday evening, I hope everything's well with you. And hopefully this stream will be the nice night show that you're looking forward to watching before having a peaceful night's sleep. Thank you very much, Richard, for joining us. How's the weather out there, Richard? Out here in Sydney, it's a bit mix of everything. Clouds, sun, rain. Yeah, not the best of the weather that we are used to seeing, but no complaints. As long as it's not raining for now, we are quite happy with it.
The one on top, I'm not sure if that's broken or not.
Ooh, you're on your break from work. Wow, that late in the night, mate, I'm telling you. Thank you very much. Thanks. I thought you would almost be getting ready for bed, but thanks for joining us at this time, you know, during your work break. Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you. I hope we can bring you all the entertainment that you wish for. So thank you very much, and yeah, really appreciate it. What time do you finish work, Richard? Do you finish about like early morning or something? I do believe then you may be working night shift, if I'm not wrong.
Type 476, Alpha cross runway 25, Havilland point altitude.
Alpha crossing runway 25, 45, crossing runway 2.
I'm glad the haze has cleared off because we can now see those buildings clearly. Early here this morning, for a bit, they were almost invisible, I would put it as such, because there was a bit of haze. The weather app said it too, but I'm glad, you know, it cleared off soon.
Malaysia 123 is being changed to Bay 30 and then pushing down, so won't be long. Alright, let's see what is with you.
New Zealand 102 on 0, contact tower 124 less than 7.
Oh yeah, working night shift, cool. All the best, mates. I hope everything goes well with you, and hoping in the morning, once you're done with work, you can get some great sleep out there. Hoping you have some nice dark curtains at home, and that's going to, you know, be helpful quite a bit with getting sleep in broad daylight as such. So yeah, wishing you all the best, Richard, and thank you very much once again for joining. Really, really appreciate it, mates. Okay, not very many planes around except for the one that we see now on screen. That is QF511 from Brisbane.
Echo is a few changes. Let me know when you have that one, please. Comes from the Foxtrot.
All right, that is the Brisbane service, but let us pan around because we do have Thai Airways. Now, this is not the same aircraft that we spotted earlier of Thai Airways. As you know, the earlier one that did arrive, that was a Star Alliance livery. This one has the normal Thai Airways livery. That is because this Thai Airways aircraft usually arrives in the evening and then it stays here all evening in Sydney before its departure this morning, like how it's departing right now to Bangkok. I do believe the Star Alliance livery that we happened to see earlier, just a few minutes ago, that will be departing later in the day, and we will be having another arrival of Thai Airways later in the evening, and that aircraft will be staying out here in the night.
Hold short runway 25.
Hold runway 25 and after.
1790, hold short runway 5. Velocity 30 to number 1. That will appear on your right shortly.
2 right left on Yankee and then Yankee to base. Thank you, Yankee to base. It is Vietnam, Rebase 2, push approved, terminal. Type 476, when ready, contact 120.45.
Cover 120.55.
Vietnam, 2, cross runway 25, Juliet, hold short about.
Nicely and peacefully moving to runway 34L. Yeah, like I said, there'll be a bit of departures here and there, but it is typically the lull moment as such. However, we do have China Airlines CI51 coming in from Taipei on its A350-900. I do see it out there. It's not landing on runway 34L, it's landing on runway 34 right, so it's going to be quite far out that side. We'll get a better view of it as it taxis past us to Terminal 1. Oh, that's Air New Zealand's black livery that we just saw on screen. Extreme right. We will come back to that. I think we should be able to see it take off. May not get much in terms of its takeoff roll, but let us see what we can in fact that we get. I think we should be able to get the takeoff roll, but you know, it's going to be way too far to get any reasonable good view of it. Hey Edward, hello. Good morning. So you're waiting for Philippine Airlines to take off? PR212 to Manila. Yes, I do believe there's a bit of time for it. So yeah, it hasn't taxied past us yet. So hopefully should be soon. Yeah, we do have quite a bit of those aircraft before us, but stay tuned, Edward, stay tuned. We should be getting that one on our channel. So hopefully you will enjoy it. Alrighty, let us get Vietnam Airlines.
Asia 715 on Alpha, cross 25, hold for the Lima.
On Alpha, runway 25, hold for Lima, that is 715. Hold with Charlie, balance 05. For left side for Pacific.
Nice and beautiful A350.
G'day, winds 230 degrees, 4 knots, occasionally knots of tailwind, left, clear left. Right, 34 left, clear left, come forward.
Oh, we did miss out on that, but yeah, there you are. Black livery of Air New Zealand. You have China Airlines out here. For those of you who always watch us, you all will know I always keep saying that I find China Airlines livery quite nice and beautiful. And here you are. Should have been much more better had it to be a brighter day, but it seems to be getting much more cloudier. Hopefully it doesn't rain, because if it does, that will be the end of the stream today. But yeah, hopefully for now everything's working well. This is Garuda Indonesia.
Pas 5, taxi Boeing Alpha 6, runway 34 left. Yeah, 715. Correct, from the stop bars, there might be control, base 51.
Question back. 1 Runway 25, hold short charge.
Righty, we are done with that. Let us turn our attention to Thai Airways. They should be taking off anytime soon.
Alpha, hold short of Golf.
The Thai Airways to Bangkok, VN772 to Ho Chi Minh City, that is Vietnam Airlines, that we already see on screen, and GA715 to Denpasar on Garuda, Indonesia. That's the A330-300. I have no idea about the age of the aircraft, so let us have a look, because we keep seeing this aircraft all the time, registered as PKGPW. Ooh, 11 years old, November of 2014. So yeah, like I say, it's not too old of an aircraft when you're around that age as such. All right, we do have Air New Zealand coming in from Auckland on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and maybe after that is when Thai Airways will be departing. But yeah, cool. All good with that. There you are, Air New Zealand. Hopefully we get to see some nice wing flex out there on that one.
45638 today. Right delays on this runway. Get people across and departing to stop malfunction at the moment. Should have moving in about 5.
Yeah, there you go, 787-9 Dreamliner.
Bonus 051, 25, taxi by Bravo, and then Foxtrot. Hold short on before that.
Runway 25, Foxtrot,
202, have a good day. 051 limit, and Bravo and Bravo 2, hold on runway 34 left.
Runway 2, also 91.
Yes, we also had New Zealand. That was a wonderful landing. Not much of that wing flex, but maybe just because of the hazy conditions, we still see a bit of haze. Though it seems to be clear, there is slight haze as such. It's not entirely clear. But yeah, hopefully we get to see a bit of that action now. So we do have 3 heavies out there, 2 A350-900s, 1 A330-300, nothing coming in for takeoff, I believe. But yeah, for landing we do have QF6002 Melbourne to Sydney service. Qantas's 100-year anniversary livery. That is going to be super wonderful. We do have a YouTube long form video where the 100-year anniversary livery of the aircraft back in September of 2025 is when we filmed it, and it was departing from runway 34 right. It was a wonderful one, and now we will capture it arriving out here on the live stream. We've never really captured it on the live stream, so yeah, quite happy to get that one. 100-year anniversary livery QF6002. Age of the aircraft 6 years old. October of 2019 is when it was delivered to Qantas.
Round 126, Qantas 23, runway 25, hold short.
Yeah, smoke the wheels there. Nose gear down.
Connect 432 down again.
And there you are, looks nice and beautiful as always. 100-year anniversary livery.
12051 Sydney ground. Hold short runway 34 left.
Number 2 and hold the runway left and 051.
Yeah, done with that. So let us wait for more.
Approximately 25 and short hold runway 10. Quarter 6 to ground taxi hotel 2 to Bay H.
Shoulder, get back. 34 left, 21.
Time.
Straight ahead, back to Yankee, Vulture, 25 kilometers, so.
Got the 7 pushing off base 7 now, going to be long for that, just off base 7.
Hold short wing.
Runway 25, hold short there.
On Yankee, cross runway 25, then left, on short Alpha.
Okay, via Yankee cross 25, left, Juliet, short Alpha, Philippines.
New Zealand 103, give way to Philip, southbound, then right on Yankee, to base 51. Right on Yankee, to base 51.
Alright, finally Thai Airways, we see it making its way to the runway. Yeah, there you are. Hey Sinayal, welcome back. Welcome to the live stream and thank you very much for joining us. Glad to see you today. Nice and happy to see you joining us. Thank you. Hey Ryan, welcome. Wishing you a very good morning. Hoping everything's going well and hoping you're having a great start to Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh, Sinayal, yes, you did miss half of our show, but that's okay. As long as you have joined us and you're happy to join us, that is all that matters to us. So thank you, no problem at all. TG 476 to Bangkok. Hey Adrian, hello. Welcome and thank you very much for joining us on today's live stream. Yeah, got that rotation. Woohoo! That was nice. Made us quite happy. And welcome to everyone joining us on the live stream at this very moment. Really appreciate you all joining us from different corners of the world. Always happy to see all of you joining us from here and there and everywhere. Alrighty, two Qantas A330s, this one, to Bangkok, and followed by the Hong Kong service.
Control for right. on Alpha, hold.
I do believe they are making way for Qantas's 737, the service to Alice Springs. Oh yeah, indeed.
23 for the 737, taxi only point out 6 from 4 left. Qantas 120, continue to hold 6 from my 3 4
Hey Sinal, yeah, I do hope you had a wonderful time getting your shopping done. Hoping everything went well with you, Sinal. Yes, Sinal, yes. So, even this morning, so we wanted to stream like weekdays, and if you recollect, you even asked us last week, and we said that we don't know whether we'll be streaming. And then, for most part of the week, it did rain, and it was, sort of annoying. And this morning as well, as we were driving from home to come out here, yeah, it started raining. And then we thought, okay, maybe just a bit, but rained for about like 10-15 minutes and it stopped. Then we went to McDonald's before coming out here and it started raining. And at that moment, we thought that, okay, fine, we aren't doing the live show today. So we thought we might as well just drive back home. But yeah, that very moment, the rain stopped. And then we thought, okay, let us just give it a try. If we are lucky enough, we should be getting a live show up. And yeah, once we came here, there was no rain as such, but the roads and all are still wet. So yeah, it's quite a bit annoying. And even if you see now on the screen, it is quite cloudy. And we are not sure if it will start raining. So yeah, so most likely we were not supposed to be streaming even this morning as per our morning decision. But I think it's just the last minute decision of us wanting to come out here and getting stuff done is when, that things worked out as such. But yeah, I'm still happy, though it's not as long of a stream that we wanted to, because we usually want to capture all of the departure, the morning arrival peak as well as the morning departure peak. The morning departure peak has just begun. As you see, Philippine Airlines PR212. There's 2 of the services of Qantas on the A330, that is to Hong Kong and Bangkok. There's a 737 out there, Garuda Indonesia, Vietnam Airlines, another 737 making its way to the taxi, and then your Philippine Airlines. So let us just count. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 aircraft in succession. So you see, it's like the morning peak, and we wanted to get this. So that's how it is. Yeah, great, Sinal. Great, you had your breakfast, so that is good. Oh yes, Ryan, it is indeed the A330 rush hour. It's like so many of them out here. There's Philippine Airlines, there's one of it out here. Then you see 2 of Qantas, that's 3. There's Garuda Indonesia, 4 out of 7 aircraft, and they're all the A330s. Hey Sinal, so yeah, we can't really answer you whether we will able to do it, because Sinal, what you can do is you go check the weather app. The weather app tells you that it's going to be raining for the most part of this week. That is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think Saturday is when it shows a slightly lesser chance of rainfall, and then Sunday shows like a cloudy day or something that way. So yeah, if you keep checking that weather app every now and then, it does change so often, and that means that we cannot plan our live streaming sessions as such. So yeah, sadly we cannot answer you whether we would able to stream on the weekday. But yeah, that is something we may only able to look at or decide once we see a clear weather pattern, because like I said, we stream out here in the open, under the open sky, and for us to stream, the main issue and the main variable is the weather. So yeah, sadly we cannot answer you at this stage, But let us just say by midweek, if the weather does clear up, then yes, of course, there's a possibility. But please don't count us on it, because like I said, we do have a day job and stuff like that. So promising a weekday stream is like a bit dicey. We can say we are going to be streaming on maybe a Wednesday, but then we end up streaming on a Thursday or Friday. It all just depends on how things work out. Next weekend, most likely we may do it, but not on Saturday and Sunday. We may do either one of the days, but which day, again, we are not too sure, because like I said, Sinal, it depends on which day works best for us. So yes, we will be doing the weekend show, but not too sure which day. So not too sure, because we mostly do it on a Sunday, but there are times when we also do the weekend live shows on Saturdays as such. So yeah, could be a bit dicey. But let us see. Like I said, we love doing the weekend shows, but weekend shows, again, we don't know. We don't really know for sure how it works out.
Give way to a dash 8, sit behind for the next 30 seconds, then sit and push back across the start to move.
What is that? Is that something?
Just hold shot remain 25. Vehicle 97 Delta, follow the Jetstar air back with the domestic 2A, Brooke, hold short 25.
That was a nice one, Garuda Indonesia A330-300. I think we need to align the camera a bit. Hey Ken, hello. Ken says good morning from the Philippines by an American living abroad. Wow. I'm pretty sure you're having a great time out there in Philippines, Ken. And yeah, just thank you very much for joining us. And of course, we do have on screen Philippine Airlines. If you see the last of the planes out there getting ready for takeoff, last of the bunch is Philippine Airlines. So yeah, it's going to be traveling to Manila. Hey Sinal, yeah, 30th or 31st of May, we will say this way, yeah, right? So if the weather is good, yeah, definitely we will be streaming. What time? Yeah, it has to be morning, but we are seriously considering whether we should start a late show, because in the morning the sun is rising so late. Today the sun rose at 6:46 a.m. So if we try capturing the early arrivals, it could be quite a bit dark, like how it was this morning as well. But we will see. But most likely, if we are streaming, it has to be the morning, because afternoon there's quite a lot of capacity that has gone out of Sydney because of the Middle Eastern war. So the fuel prices and all have been affecting the airlines. So not a definitive answer how to do that one, but yes, for the most part, we will be streaming on the weekend. But you know, don't hold our feet to the fire on that one, because there's a lot of variables to it. Okay, there's a lot of variables. If we may just come out all of a sudden and maybe stream on the weekday. We may just come out all of a sudden and stream on both the days of the weekend. It just depends. Like I said, you know, there's other things that we do. We have a day job. We get this thing done and that thing done. So there's quite a lot actually in terms of it.
497 Delta taxi, West Lima, Runway.
Hey Sinal, yeah, so for the notification, Sinal, what you'll have to do is just go on YouTube, go onto our channel and hit the notification bell and select all. So when you select all, you will get notifications of when we go live, of when we post videos, live streams, as well as, you know, YouTube shorts, as well as text post and picture post. So you will get all of them. Okay, I do think it's going to be raining, so I think we may be ending the stream out here. Let us see, we do have quite a bit of drops falling on us. So yeah, sadly, this may be the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hey, Jewo says, hi from Iraq, Baghdad. Wow, how good is that? Hello, Jewo. Hoping you're having a great time out there. I do believe it's early morning, 3:30 if I'm not wrong. Yep, that was a nice takeoff roll, and I do believe we may be ending the show because it has started raining.
Squawk 5064.
November 18 Hotel Alpha, Sydney Director, descent to 4000.
Ooh, okay, cool, Jevo. I hope you're having a great time and hoping everything goes well with you, mates. And Jevo, thank you very much for joining us all the way from Iraq, Baghdad. So that's very nice to know. And however, we are going to be ending this stream because it has just started raining as such. So yeah, sadly, thank you to everyone who joined us on our live stream today. Yeah, this is all that we could bring to you, but because of the rain, we have to end the stream early. Thank you very much once again. Hoping you'll have a great time, and we will be coming back with more of that action later this week. Thank you and take care.